Am I? GSG. I don't see the switch here. How do these new things work?
Oh, you took the register. I think I registered. Counted 20. Oh, yeah. No, you just pick.
Just for the rest I'll do from there.
Are you going to do accreditation?
You'll come now. I'm just doing open welcome. All right. Good morning. Good morning, all. Good morning, President, NEC members that are present with us, Deputy Secretary General, Treasurer General was around here. Then we have other NEC members, guests that are here. Good morning to all the provinces that have arrived. Others seem to be still in transit. However, for the sake of those who were early, I want us to start with the first part of the program to not waste our time. They'll just file in as they come in. Thank you so much for being present. My name is Stephanie Naidu. For those who don't know me yet, I'm the National Chairperson of Pbict. And I'm preparing to hand over the organization to very credible leaders that'll take us into the next 5 or 10 years. So we hope that there'll be very progressive deliberations stemming from today and tomorrow, and that we can adopt before we go to the National General Conference, which happens in May. Our venue today is the ANC KZN office, who have been stakeholders of our organization for the last 9 years. They've supported us with venues, for example, and they've always just been there to support where they can. So we wish to thank them for their venue today and that they have allowed us into their space. And then the start time was 9 o'clock. So thank you so much for honoring the time. I really appreciate it. And that will tell us who is serious about the organization. Can't be late and then you want to lead the revolution. By the time you arrive, your soldiers are already dead because you didn't give them leadership on where to go. You have to be early and you have to usher in who you want to. Please press off there. So thank you so much. We are going to have 2 days starting today. And then we are going to go into, I'm just explaining how the day is going to unfold. We're going to have the opening and welcome, which I've just done. Then we're going to have the accreditation, which will be presented by the Secretary General's office. Then we're going to go into the State of the Sector address. Then we're going to have the policy provisions, inputs from provinces. Then we're going to adjourn for lunch. After that, we are going to go into plenary sessions to discuss PBICT's alignment to the Fourth Industrial Revolution. And there'll be chairs of these sessions. Then we're going to have breakaway sessions. By this time, it's after lunch. We are going into the afternoon session. It will be around 2 o'clock. That breakaway session will be between 2 and 3 hours. We expect you to discuss it at length and make sure that we have enough inputs. So the provinces must please be ready. I have received all your inputs. Obviously, you'll build from there after the provinces have given their inputs. So luckily, you've already prepared for what we are going to discuss. After that, we'll have a tea break. By that time, it's around 4:30. And then 4:30 to 6:45 tonight, we're going to have a feedback from the breakaway sessions. And then at 7 o'clock, we are going to have dinner. And we are then going to close our first day. Tomorrow, we'll come back. And then we'll do a recap. We'll do the proposed policy amendments. We'll do the guidelines to the 3rd National General Conference. And then we'll close the day. We hope to close tomorrow by 12 so that we can allow those traveling back to have sufficient time to do so. So with that, comrades, I would like to welcome all of you to the policy conference for the Pbict. Like I said, this is what precedes the National General Conference, where you will elect new leadership. You're going to have new people. By June, you'll have a new leadership sitting here. So we hope that it can also chart the way forward in terms of what leadership you would want to see and you'd want to choose for the organization moving forward. So with that, I wish to welcome all of you, and I wish to wish us all a progressive conference. And thank you so much for sacrificing your time. And I hope that it is as fruitful as it is for us, the session, and you are able to open your mind and really align with the organization and what we are here to do in terms of progression and where we want all of us to play in terms of our sector. So welcome to all of you. I'm going to now hand over to the Secretary General's office, who is going to come and lead us into the accreditation report. Thank you very much, SG or DSG, any one of you.
Thank you, Chair. The mic is working. Oh. And good morning, comrades. Yeah, no, it's good to see everyone here. See you wearing the nice colors. The yellow part, the yellow is a happy color, so must all look happy. So, comrades, let me also welcome everyone for joining this policy conference. It's a very, very important policy conference. Why? Because, as the chair has explained, we're going to go through the industry, the sector, the current state, and we're also going to introspect in terms of where are we. So we're going to be taking stock thereof in terms of if our policies are working or are not working. So that ultimate and full contribution is required from you. But I don't take that for granted that most of you have traveled from far. And maybe just to check, if I can check provinces. So my role is transition. So maybe just to take stock to check the provinces. Do we have Limpopo in the house? Limpopo, well done, well done. Do we have Northwest in the house? Northwest. Lukokai. Buangle. Oh, Kivan at the back. All right. Well done, Northwest. We have 2 provinces so far. Do we have Western Cape? Ow, slab. This man come from far. Western Cape is not a pap and place. So if you know. Even Limpopo, I know you drove all the way from Venda, man. We really appreciate your effort. Do we have Gauteng? Gauteng, there you go, there we go. I see you, Slalo. Where's the rest of your crew? Okay, because I know you didn't just come alone. Otherwise, I don't know. We have to fix that. So we already have 4 provinces. Do we have KZN in the house? The hosting province, I'm expecting something. There we go, there we go. Good delegation. KwaZulu Natal. Do we have Free State? Free State? No. So we already have 5 provinces. Do we have Mpumalanga? One person Mpumalanga. There you go. And I'm party side. No party Kwama. So there's no way that they won't be represented here. So now we have 6 provinces in the house. Do we have Northern Cape? Okay, they're still brushing. There's Durban. So, but they're on their way as well. I think I've mentioned all the provinces. Which province did I not mention? If you are here and then your name hasn't been called, please check me out. But comrades, this is the beauty of Pbict. We have provinces. All the provinces actually are going to be represented today. But so far we have 6 in the house. So the accreditation report deals with ensuring that we have ultimate representation that is in line with our constitution. And we also have the national executive bearers. So that this conference, thank you, this conference ensures that it's in line with what we need to do for as far as the business of the day is concerned. Now, comrades, from my accreditation report, we expected 70 delegates. All right, we expected 70 delegates. However, today, as we speak right now, DSG, we have 32. Yes, so as we speak today, we have 32 delegates. I see Gauteng just entered as well, the deputy chair. And then we also have 6 provinces in the house, but we expected 9. And then we also have 8 National Executive Committee members, but we expected 10. And then we also, so in total, comrades, when I look at it, this conference has met the threshold because of 10 National Executive Committee members, we have 8 that we expected. So it's in line with the Constitution. So I want to congratulate yourself as far as. So that's the difficult part about being a Secretary General. You have to do numbers. You have to ensure that people are in the venue as they expected. And I know most of you experienced challenges. You drove the whole night. Some of you are still bathing. But we don't take it for granted because it gives us an idea and understanding that you are passionate about this movement and you can be able to drive the whole night to be able to be representing your provinces. So as far as my accreditation report, Chair, I'm going to complete there so that we can continue with the work of the day. Thank you so much.
Perfect. Thank you very much, SG. House rules. Cell phones on silent, please, just to prevent disruption. And we are streaming. We're streaming to our YouTube page. I do know the DSG will share the link, which you can post on your provinces because we let them watch us, those who are at home and those who would like to follow the discussions. Then bathrooms are outside as you go. You just look straight. Males on the left, females on the right. And then in terms of parking, I think they showed you where to park. We don't want to disturb the front because we don't know the program of today and whether the officials of the office are having anything. So please make sure you've parked in a place where the Metro Police are not going to write you anything. And then in terms of the next way forward, as I was talking, maybe us starting has allowed provinces to start walking in. We are just waiting for, you are 32 in the House, but we would like to just wait for another 10 minutes to give other comrades time to file in as you were doing as I was talking. So I wanted to take a comfort break quickly for 10 minutes. And then after that, we are going to go into the State of the Sector address that's going to be delivered by the President. This is to allow the other few members outside just the opportunity to walk in, get their T-shirts, come in, register, and then we are able to start. The attendees that have not taken T-shirts, you must take it now, otherwise it's going to get finished and you won't have one. So if you are here and you have not changed yet, please do so in the 10-minute break. And when we come in, we are going to start with the third item of the agenda. So let's please adjourn for 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, comrades, everyone. For those who have just walked in, Comrade Felix, you have your new T-shirt. That was last year's one. All right, Comrade Luvo. DTG, you are on this side. When we start the physical sessions, we will collapse into the main conference. For now, let the provinces just see who their leadership is. All right, thank you very much, comrades. Those who have walked in, we've already started the first part of the program just to get going. I'm going to call the Secretary General to just finish his accreditation report because we've now had a lot of provinces walking in as we adjourned. And then after that, we'll continue with our program. SG, you can come in.
is it still there, Dennis? Thanks, Chair. So those who just walked in, comrades, welcome to the National Policy Conference of Pbict. So what we did before you entered here, we recognized certain provinces, and we already had 6 in the house. So we're left with Eastern Cape, as I see Abu Felix there, OKK. Comrades of Eastern Cape, can you please show yourselves if you're in the house? There you go, there you go. Can we clap some hands for them? Eastern Cape is also far, by the way, just like Limpopo and Western Cape. So I admire you, comrades, and we really appreciate you. And then Northern Cape. Where are the Northern Cape delegates? The others are coming. Thank you, comrades. We appreciate you. I know there's something about Northern Cape and the bus getting stuck all the time. So we'll fix that. We have to, Perez, I don't know, we have to speak to, we have to send a letter, Sabata and Talita, so that our delegates are not always compromised. The last province is Free State. I don't know if they have arrived already. I know they're still stuck in traffic. Respect there.
I think they're taking turns because Northern Cape and Free State are brothers.
You think so? It's possible. So, but yeah, let's give the rest of the provinces that have arrived a round of applause.
Apologies, yeah. So, I'm submitting an official apology for Free State because I'm from there. They're on the way.
Noted, Comrade Vic, noted. Comrade, then it means that our number, it moved from 32 to 48 as we speak. So remember, I did say initially that we expected 70, but now we have 48 in the room. So with Free State coming, we'll be probably on 50 something. So this meeting is in line with this constitution because it has more than 50% of provinces that are present today. It also reaching a threshold from the members' perspective, including the NWC. I see Umpati West Kwama is also here now. So the NEC number also raising to 9. Other members came and then he left to Comrade Africa. We'll recognize him when he comes, and then our number will go to 10 as far as NEC members are concerned. So comrades, thank you so much. My accrediting report will never be now. It won't be adjusted again. This is the last time I'm speaking of it, but it's just to stamp it and to assure you, all the delegates, that we are in good standing. Thank you.
I'll bring it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that, SG. Without further ado, comrades, we are now going to invite our president, Dr. Leon Rose, to give us the state of the sector address. Thank you very much. Praise, you can come.
Dawson, I was there. I think there was Utula as well that was there. So they had approached me. We were members of PITF. We were not happy with how PITF was running. And we wanted PITF to go to conference so that we can have leadership and have new direction, because the direction and the stance that had been taken was not serving the people. Comrade Luvo, Comrade Nobala, your Larrys, your Victors will be there. My favorite person from Free State, where is he? Is he still around?
Yes.
Still around, yeah. So the first policy position that was taken by PBICT was that we are detaching ourselves from PITF for one reason, and one reason only. Be driving a program of the revolution without having a political home, especially as we are in South Africa. Our submission then was that we need to be clear and to align ourselves with the African National Congress, which is the leader of the revolution. And we were told that PITF is a professional organization and will never align itself. We then took a policy position that says that we are a progressive force and we cannot align ourselves with anyone. And it was on the B, on the black. I said, we are African. And I was defeated. All provinces were represented. From Eastern Cape, there was only Brandon at that time. I kept hearing about this radical boy, and that was nonsensical there. Then Muluvo, that was creating problems. Young boy. I said, no, man, I can't be busy. I was still with that boy. For real. But, comrades, we then took a position that black, you guys wanted to say, no, we're black. My argument was weak. I must admit that. That was the second. And we said we are black because we identify ourselves with the majority in the country. And then when we looked at that, we then said, comrades, as we are drafting the Constitution, what direction and what stand are we going to be making? We then said that we are going to make a progressive stand, which then affirmed the name progressive in the beginning. There was playing around and toying around with progressive being in the middle or being in the last, what, all those things. But eventually, and this was when we were starting to have our discussions, we went around, we met a guy by the name of Sabata in Northern Cape. We met a guy by the name of Victor, who told us about the Steph and about the Larry. We went to Gauteng, we met a Letabo there. We met a lot of people. We drove around all over the country. And everyone stood for the word progressive. What does it mean to be progressive? By virtue of you saying that you are progressive is a policy position, which means that you are saying that in this country there should not be anyone that is wealthier than the next. You are then saying that the economy of this country must belong to its rightful owners. You are saying that the land belongs to the people. You are saying that you are selfless in your approach. You are saying that you understand and you believe in that there needs to be a revolution. You must remember, comrades, that in South Africa we have never had a revolution. Never had a revolution. We've never revolted against anything. We had a struggle. After the struggle, there was a proposal of a revolution. But that revolution never happened. It never took place. Therefore, the revolution, the guiding documents and principles of the revolution that we're on, then therefore says that we must revolt where we are, where we live, where we work, where we study, wherever you are as a progressive force, you must revolt. So we said we are in this sector that is called the ICT sector. And we said it is our nature, therefore, as progressive people to revolt and to change things. That was a policy position that was taken. And then we said, who is our people? When we said who's our people, there was a proposal that said that, comrades, we are professionals. And that policy idea was then going around. You'll remember, Comrade Nopala, that from the time we were at Hilton until the time we went to Pbict, there was a lot of discussions, a lot of deliberations. We were engaging people like JJ. I think at that time he was a Deputy Minister of Justice. We were engaging on Judge Flope. We were engaging a lot of people on our constitution and on our stand. A lot of people. That is why even when we went to Pbict Trade Port, the IEC oversaw the first election of Pbict. To us, that was very instrumental, and it was very critical that our founding conference must be done by IEC, the same one that runs the elections, national. So when we took the stand to say that we must be professionals, we then went, I want to give you the importance, comrades, of a policy position. We then went and said, who's going to lead this organization? We identified people. The comrades came back. I remember my comrades now came back and said, no, Comrade Leon, you must lead this organization. I said, Nyahlai. I've never claimed to be professional. I will never be professional. I don't want to be professional. Me, I'm not professional. And if you want me to lead this organization, me, I'm not going to be a ceremonial president. You'll remember that, DSG. I'm not going to be a ceremonial president. And I'm not the right president for this organization because no one will control me. I'm uncontrollable. So if you want me to be president, change that constitution of yours. Take that powers of the office Kanopala and put them in the office of the president. If I'm going to run this organization, I'm going to run it full and I'll have full control of it. I'm a control freak. Otherwise, get another president. I remember Corporate Gift, they came there, hey, that topic was discussed for almost 2 hours. Ne? But you know, the president will be too powerful. We can't have this. You see? So I won that argument. So it was 1-1. You see? Then they took my powers again on the second conference. Nova will know. To wake up in the morning, who's giving problems? If I know, why are you doing that? What you do? You're giving problems. Why are you doing this here, Chief? You see, I'm going to dismiss you from the organization. And I will tell you first on it. Then tomorrow you call to a disciplinary hearing. You tell Chief, listen, fire that boy. They must dismiss him. Yeah, he's going to go, he's going to learn. You see? But that is the critical, that is why, comrades, I said a policy conference is very critical. When, comrades, we've done all of that, we then went to Pbict Trade Port. We had the most beautiful breakaway sessions ever. That conference did not focus on electing leaders. It's the first time that we went to conference. I think on my elections, we even forgot about them. We did them in the afternoon. Day. By the way, comrades, what did we come here for? We are here to elect. Oh yeah, let's do elections. But there was breakaway sessions. In those breakaway sessions, there was a breakaway session that had to say, who are we as the Pbict? Then it was born, hashtag we are Pbict. We said we are going to be radical. We said we are going to be militant in our approach. And this is why when we heard that DCDT and Vodacom and everyone was held up in some farm somewhere and the TA, I picked up the phone. I phoned Unobhala we Gauteng. It was a win. I phoned you TSG. I said, comrades, in your land, there is a meeting that is happening without us. I want you to go there. They did not say we are busy with that, we're busy with that. They said, President, give us 1 hour, we will be there. I said, I'm booking a flight right now, and I'm coming to Joburg. I need one of you to pick me up from the airport. That time, Unobhala was already in advance. He was already there at the meeting. I was picked up at the office, and we went to that meeting. And we told him that If we are not invited to that meeting, we are coming there and we are going to burn that place where they were having a meeting. Next thing, no, Pala, I don't know what you did, but next thing you sent me an official invitation. I was already put on the slot. And when we got there, your Vodacoms and everyone was bullying the department and telling them what to do. And they were threatening them about legal this and legal that and that. We took the floor and we said, "Aye, Siyanizwa madoda. You got money, Vodacom. We don't have money. Tina, we poor. We don't have land, we don't have money, we don't have anything. But what we do have is matches and petrol. You see these towers of yours. If you continue with this, I can see your towers right there in the location. I can see your manhole is there. We're going to bomb it because we don't have money. You want to use your lawyers, Tina, we'll use this." Up until today, that ITA bill hasn't been passed, ne? Because it was disadvantaging us. Because the status quo favors us more than the ITA bill that they wanted to pass. We then, hey, no pan. There was ITU, the International Telecoms Union, remember, which was here. And now you're that ITU, it's an international conference. Little did we know, Ugut, if it's, if it's an international conference, it means exactly that the ITU is now international territory. We went inside there and we started causing chaos. We had meetings and we said we're stopping this thing. So you imagine there's presidents from Pbict from everywhere, from all over the world. That's why we said we are stopping this thing. It leaked out, it went everywhere. Comrade, give to your phone, left, right, and center, everywhere. We had, oh yeah, by the way, you guys are still on the FBI list. So when you travel the country and you go to the United States under the terrorists, we all there on the list. Yes. So that is what it meant, comrades, when we said that we are militant. We went to Parliament and we said that, oh, Vodacom, no MTN are colluding. So why mustn't we collude? And why must it be illegal to collude? So it was a lot of things. Are we together, comrades? So that commission came up with one policy that said, we are Pbict, we are militant in our approach. We are radical. So which means that whatever is in front of us, if it needs to be changed, then we will do anything and everything in our powers to make sure that that particular thing changes. Are we together, comrades? And this is why you'll find that everyone that was in the NEC, everyone that was in the PEC was radical. I remember there was a time when they said, hey, this guy here, we need to silence him and all of those things. And I had to step back and reverse and say, Victor, take them. You remember? And, and when they were still focusing on Victor, said, Larry, take them. You see, Sabata, remember there was Sita giving us problems there, said, hey, Chief, hell must break loose. And they started changing. They started changing. They started changing. There was a time where we used to look at every tender. And when the tender came out, we put an objection to it. You remember, Chair? We put an objection to it, every tender, until there was no movement. We then even went and forced CETA and went to ITU. We sat down with them. We were controlling the procurement of CETA. Why? Because the policy conference said we must be radical and we must be militant in our approach. There was a commission that was set to say that, what are we going to do? And it came up with the policy that says we want open access so that we can take ownership. Therefore came hashtag access and ownership. On our t-shirts, there was exactly that. We will go to and take over GovTech. GovTech, we said we are not represented here. The first GovTech gift, if you remember, Comrade Gift, we went there to CETA, we said, you know what, this thing tomorrow is not happening. In order for this GovTech to continue on day 2, we want the CEO of CETA and all the executive in the morning at 6 o'clock. We want to have a special stream with you. You remember that one? Otherwise, this conference is not going to carry on. You've already given us accreditation. We got close to 100 members here. You're not doing anything. You're not moving. That was access and ownership. Then one of the conferences, I remember that Larry was there. We said connectivity is key. There's a lot of money in connectivity. So we need to be involved in there. And we are focusing on bridging the digital divide. And back then was born the program that we are having now, most of us that know about it. Yesterday, or in this week, you see your MTNs releasing packages and now also coming down to 5 Rand a day and all of those things. It was because of a simple policy that was taken on that commission of the Pbict. And ever since, we have been pushing for the data must fall. And we came up with hashtag Internet for All, Larry, that we have been driving and are still driving up until now. That is the importance of a policy that is taken by Pbict. That is the importance of taking that. One of the commissions that was discussing, we were talking about the government spend of 13.5 billion, which is now close to 16 billion per annum. That goes to Abo, Microsoft, and everyone else. We then came, I think, Victor, that's the thing that we were in. We then came and said that we need to start focusing and developing local software, and we need to start doing things and producing local. Because we said the problem that we are having is that we are largely consumers of technology more than we are producers of technology. We then came with a thing that says local is moja. I remember Kaya, the first chairperson of Pbict, was in that. We spoke about local is moja. And we said we need to start developing local. We need to start producing our own technologies. I remember we were invited to Minister Ukwele, was still minister then. One of the guys stood up and they said that they are doing cell phones and this and this and that. And the minister responded to say he's going to speak to all Telkom and all these people and that. We stood up. Everyone else was clapping hands and thought that was progressive. I remember Pbict stood up and said, Minister, no, you are wrong. You can't force these people. And it said, MTN, Vodacom, we protecting you and we defending you. You must not listen to the minister. The minister must not force you to buy cell phones that are developed locally. You must not. Minister, do something that's within your power. Don't patronize us. Yet, comrades, is what Pbict has been up until now. And all of this emanates from the policy conference that we had at Dubai Trade Port. So everything up until that time, that is what happened. Then, comrades, came COVID, which we did not anticipate. By the way, Comrade Nopal, we had a commission in 2017 that was talking 4IR. We had a breakaway that was talking about 4IR. That is why we came with STEAMI and STEAMI 4IR and that. That is why when COVID came, Unlike other organizations and other entities that became irrelevant, we were more relevant then than ever, if you remember. The programs that we had during COVID, Comrade Gift, were the best programs that we've ever had. I remember, where is our robotics student? Was how old? 9 years old or something, when we had that robotics class. So that is why we did not become irrelevant. Now, that, comrades, when you look at the t-shirts that you are wearing, we then went to NGC, and in the NGC, we took a conscious position that we are no longer here to fight and kick down doors and those things, because you cannot be shouting and busy screaming and doing those things for 10 years. You'll become irrelevant and people will stop following you. People will stop believing in you. We then said, how do we make money? That's the only thing that we should be focusing on. How do we make money? Now, that alone then tells you the beginning or the reinvention, the alignment with a political party. In the first constitution, we were very clear. And one of the things, comrades, that still remains, you can see where we are right now. You can see our colors. You can see how we speak. The first one, comrades, we were very clear that we align ourselves with the ANC. We had Comrade Ukusela there. We had Comrade Usihle Zigalala that endorsed the launch of the first KZN PEC. He was there. We also had Comrade Usupa, when he was provincial secretary, that also blessed Pbict. So we were very clear, extremely clear, unapologetically so, that we align ourselves with the ANC. On the second conference, comrades, the input that came from provinces was that it's fine that we align ourselves with the ANC, but what happens if this happens? We said that will never happen. I was one of the people that were defending that. I lost that one with your Comrade Gift. It was 2-1. I know, Prez, we hear you. Comrade Gift is very subtle. It's not like us. Like, it's very subtle and can be very aggressive when he comes to it, you know. No, we see, but what happens if? We're just saying, what happens if? So we then redefined our alignment, comrades. We said what comes first to us is the revolution. We align ourselves with the progressive revolution. And we identify ourselves with the leader of that revolution. So we therefore say that if the leader changes, we're still going to identify ourselves with the revolution. We still align ourselves with the revolution, irregardless. And we'll identify ourselves with the leader of that revolution. So when I'm looking here at the t-shirts, that's going to clean. I look at my TG, I see how he's dressed, I look at the colors. I just keep quiet. I don't say anything. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything. But all I'm saying is that, yeah, I see a future. So, comrades, as we go and discuss and we go into coming up with policy positions, I want you to know that whatever we decide and whatever policy position we take is going to inform the leadership that will be elected in the next conference on what to do, how to behave, and is going to influence the sector, because the Pbict is now the leading force in the sector when it comes to transformation. The PBICT has become respected across, whether it's government, whether it's state-owned entities, whether it's your ICASAs, wherever the PBICT is, anything got to do with the sector, if we do not voice our opinion as a PBICT, it does not stand. There's a big issue about Starlink and Elon Musk and all of those things. We made input. And if you have to look at the proposals that have been taken, policy conference comrades are important because they give direction, they give behavior. Let us be conscious of what is happening in the country. We all come from different provinces. We cannot shy away from the fact that we are faced with something that we never thought will happen, not in our lifetime. Where in each and every province right now, the oppositions in terms of political parties, there's waves. National, there's waves. The failure to pass the budget should tell you something. Remember, that affects us directly. We do not have rich uncles. We do not have wealth that is coming from generations. The failure to pass the budget should tell you. The increase of VAT and the fight for increase in VAT should tell you. To reduce the spend on certain things should tell you. It therefore tells us that if we are working for a private company, the impacts of what is happening when you read the State of the Nation address and you have been following government and the positions and where it's going, this mix and match tells you that soon a lot of companies will be retrenching. So it doesn't matter whether you're working for private sector, you will be affected whether you like it or not. SMM is irregardless. Doesn't matter what happens, you are going to be affected, you're going to be impacted. Students, NFSAS will be taken, whether you like it or not. You'll be impacted. So those are the things that we need to understand. That in the country, whatever policy is taken is going to impact you, whether you're political or apolitical. There are people that are very naive and very oblivious to thinking that if you do not associate yourself or you do not want to understand politics, that is not going to affect you. Thank you, comrade. That's exactly it. You just, exactly that. There's no other, that's it. And yet there are people that are oblivious out there that think that it won't affect them. So we need to understand the political dichotomy right now. The power shift. We are going to local government elections that is going to crack certain marriages and there'll be divorces. After that, we go again to national conference. If you follow the cases of the previous elections, it therefore tells you that it's going to force systems to change in the IEC. We are going to see that now in the next local government elections, and we have seen it in the past week, the introduction of the new systems, it starts showing a true picture. Western Cape will go back to progressive movements because the true result, election result in Western Cape is not what we see. It's statistically and scientifically impossible that they can get the results that they're getting. They have just mastered the system of IEC. Remember, Comrade Vic, that in IEC, how it works is that you go for elections, you come, you get closed into a room like this, ballot papers get spilled. Number one, you don't know where those ballot papers came from. So from the time that it moves from the voting station, from the VD to the counting station. You don't know what happens in between there. That's number one. And then they get separated on the floor and someone is tired and he's been standing all day and looking at the X's. That's the second process. When all of that is done, there's a paper with squares like this that you put the numbers that no one verifies because everyone is excited and going to celebrate outside. And then there's one person that takes the sheet and ticks and sends it off to IEC. IEC, there's people that capture these sheets manually. When they capture those sheets, the person that's capturing, you do not know that that person, there's nothing that verifies that that person is capturing the right results. That person already has a screen that shows that this is who's winning here, and that person, when they're capturing, they can change that. That is what was exposed in the last election. So which therefore means that there's an opportunity. Watch IEC tenders, Comrade Vic. They're going to be looking for systems. They'll be looking for you, Pbict, to come up with such solutions. They will be looking at you, Prof, to make sure that every VD is connected. So if you're in the connection space, this is how a policy position helps. If you took a policy today that we want to connect everyone and we want to have proper elections and to be part and parcel of improving the democracy in this country, it therefore means, Prof X, that you, Luvo, need to make sure that all the VDs are connected in Partisai and all the VDs are schools. Yeah. If you took a policy position that ICASA, there's an obligation and there's a fund that we do not know what is happening in that fund, and you took a policy position that says we are going to go to ICASA. We want the fund of obligations to be reinvested and to go and meet the obligation that it's dedicated for, instead of ICASA keeping the money and doing no one knows what. It therefore means that the leadership of Pbict needs to start engaging with that Sabata. If that fund, then in the implementation of the policy, you say that fund, because this is a policy conference, it says the position, but the conference in the breakaway session is the how, Luv. If this goes to the conference and says, comrades, we said the ICASA fund must be reinvested into the obligation. At the conference, we therefore need to say how. That is where we come in and say that that fund must go to Broadband Infraco, and Broadband Infraco must then continue releasing it with SA Connect and PEF. That is the how. Now you are given your leadership something that is clear. They know who to approach and what to do. Then they start going knocking on doors and saying that we as a Pbict representing these people, this is what we've said. Now we start going for that fight. Are we together, comrades? That then therefore enforces all schools to be connected. That therefore enforces that IEC on the next election, all voting stations are connected and have internet access. You see, comrades? That is what the policy conference is all about. You're saying sharpening the future. We are talking about future elections beyond 2026. We are talking about future elections. That's what Pbict has always been about, comrades. Such are the policies that we should be taking. And I'm glad, Comrade Nopala, that I see the people that are here, and I can guarantee you that we are going to be coming out of this policy conference with things that will change the future. That will change the future. We have the future jobs report that was out. Comrade Nopala shared with us the previous ICASA report. Those comrades, we need to read and we need to study them. The future, comrades, is bleak. 3 weeks ago, I started training 5-year-olds and 7-year-olds on how to fly drones. Those little kids. It took me almost a week just to get the drone to fly and to stabilize and to understand. It took them under 5 minutes, and those kids were flying those drones. I'm like, what the hell? 5-year-old. These are the sort of things that we need to be saying. Now, comrade, we must understand the country that we're in. They've introduced drones. They've introduced 4IR. They've introduced all of these skills. Now, party side, what is going to happen, or what is happening, I'm not even saying what is going to happen, is this. Such an initiative, which is a very good initiative, comrades, the responsibility gets given to someone that is sitting in the executive. Someone that is a member of parliament. Now, I want you to picture parliament, and this one is going especially to Sipiwe, you and your young lions. I want you to picture parliament. Whose lap is that thing going to fall on? On a granny. It's falling on a granny. Who's going to look around and is going to say, hey, these young people, there's too much energy and too much for me, I'm not going to deal with this. But Talita, when it gets to the implementation at where it's supposed to happen, from the time there's a policy discussion in parliament, by people that are totally clueless, they have no interest, they have no passion, they have absolutely nothing to do with that. And they don't even have people that they can consult. You as PBICT are not there. They will take that decision without us. I remember once, and I requested Nobala that I must never be deployed in those things again. I was forced to wear a suit, and I had to buy a suit 3 times for the first time. I was in this 4IR commission thing, and I must wear a suit. Hey, comrade. And I came with a suit there. Hey, I was embarrassed. Hey, there I am. I go and buy the suit. I think it's some Jojo Tank or Jojo or Money Jojo, something like that. What's that suit? What's it? Jojo what? Jojo Tank. What's it? But I know it's got a J. Hey, what suits are those? What's it? What's it? Amani? What's it? Jojo Amani. What's it? Jojo Amani. Yeah. That suit, that looks so clear. I was looking like the TG. Comrades, this is me jumping out of the plane. I'm wearing my t-shirt, my jeans, I'm wearing my khakis, and I'm going to this thing. I get a phone call, Chief. What are you wearing? No, I'm wearing this. No, you have to wear a suit. So Comrade Dennis is picking up from the airport. We went past Mall of Africa. We're looking for suits. Went in and bought this suit. Yeah, look at the mirror. I'm checking. This is me. You see, got that James Bond vibe and everything. I said, I'm Zafin Ganzaban. But anyway. So I'm going there with the suit. The first thing I meet the CEO of Telkom, and he laughs at me. Oh, Chief, why are you laughing at me? He says, when you go to suit, because Yahambi revolution. Then next we went to meet the minister, who come to tell us, I've got the president, why? I said, I was told to wear a suit. Who told you to wear a suit? You wearing a suit. So the whole day I was ridiculed. So I asked that I must never go into that commission again. Ne? So comrade, when you are given a mandate you stick to that mandate no matter what. Now, the 4IR Commission, when the report was taken out and it was introduced to the commissioners, we looked at the report and you will not believe it. On my left, I had the MTN of the CEO of MTN. On my right, I had the CEO of Vodacom, Shamir. Across from me, or then I had Prof. Chris, across from me was other people that come from progressive forces. Abo Andile Ngab. We were the only ones. I was there with these white guys. That said, this thing, that's what we called it. We said, this thing, the people that presented and claiming and doing all those things to it, my first comment was, Andy, I'm very disappointed in what you have just said. You spoke for 10 to 15 minutes, not once did you mention black or SMMEs. I said, all of you, I know the organizations you come from. I'm disappointed. I said, when I'm reading this thing, I do not see myself in here. How am I going to go back to my people and present this thing to them? I don't understand this English that is written here. It's not talking to me. So how am I going to present it to my SMMEs? The CEOs next to me said the same thing, and I said to them, I said, Rob, Prof, Shamir, if you agree that this is a strategy, I will be very disappointed. Because you know very well that this is not a strategy. They got up and they said, we agree with the president. That's how they address me. We agree with the president. This is the CEO of Vodacom, CEO of MTN. We agree with the president. This thing is not a strategy. Because, comrades, you know where you come from. You know what is the mandate. The policy positions, comrades, that you are going to be, must talk to the future. We must understand the local political dichotomy and the outside political dichotomy. Africa was split in the 1800s in the Berlin Conference, and it changed our lives forever, and it's going to impact us for generations to come. Right now, there are people that go to Davos and they take resolutions. When they go to Davos, their target is Africa because we have cobalt, and now Northern Cape, you are going to cause the first war between the West, the East for Africa. There's going to be a world war. And it's going to be for Northern Cape. The reason why it's going to be for Northern Cape is because of the lithium repository. You have seen Elon Musk and Trump. The only reason and the thing that they are after is the lithium and the CF2 that is in the Northern Cape. From Northern Cape to Free State to Northwest, and a little bit that is in Zimbabwe. Now, comrades, if you are sitting here and you do not understand just that one thing, then there's a problem. If you do not understand that artificial intelligence is the Cold War, if you do not understand that the war with Israel is about artificial intelligence because Israel was able to bomb that drone that was supposed to be unrecognizable, but they use AI. If you do not understand, then comrades, you have a problem. If you do not understand that CSIR, the IP and the things that have been stolen and sold at CSIR that are used in the world, especially the membrane for water desalination, if you do not understand those things, comrades, then there's a problem. If we're still going to be focusing and spending an entire day and talking about what this should look like, then there's a problem. We should be focusing on national interest and international interest. We should be focusing on the 16 trillion digital economy that we are seeing today. That is one thing that is going to change the future for our people. If we are not focusing on those things, particide, then this policy conference will have done injustice, not only to the PBICT, but to our great grandchildren. Amandla.
Thank you very much, President Rawls, for setting the tone of the conference. I think provinces are now aligned to the focus areas as we are having the bilateral breakaway sessions with the thinking that our theme for the conference, by the way, Shaping the Future, that's on the T-shirts. We choose every conference theme with intention so that it steers the conference discussions and deliberations in a certain way. In our last conference, we asked a question about that, how do we make money? Because we realized that you can't go and champion unemployment and you yourself are unemployed. You can't go champion SME participation and your business is struggling. Because they'll ask you, but you are struggling yourself, you're telling me that I must do this. So we realized that we need to change the way we organize ourselves as PBICT. And that is why the themes of the policy were centered a lot around things like commutism, inclusive economic access, distributed systems, resource support, SME growth and participation, ending the monopolization, universal access. Those themes were chosen that way to direct the tone of the current conference, because we realized that there must come a time where we must focus on the economy, but not the economy necessarily of the country, but our economy as members and how we relate to each other. We also used to say in meetings that in the future, the question that we'll always ask a PEC is, are you able to come to a meeting in Durban? If your answer is no, then you can't serve in the PEC. If your answer is yes, then we'll give you a chance, because it then means you've got the ability to mobilize resources for your province and for its programs. Because unfortunately, comrades, in this age, you know yourself, can't pull off any program without financial resources. So the ability of provinces to get themselves here shows us that we also need to change the way how we relate towards each other and realize that as we are looking for even our new members and the future of PBICT, what type of member are we looking for? What type of people do we recruit? What type of people will steer the organization in a way that we want? For example, are there any members here who are employed at municipalities? Oh, I left, I'm not there anymore. And this is what we are saying. Are there any of us here who are employed at CETA? Are there any members who are employed at the local municipalities where you guys come from? Nelson Mandela Bay, Comrade Luvo. Are there members from the CIOs? And those, we used to focus a lot on it. I do know some of our members, especially the Gauteng ones, and perhaps we should go back there as well, because those are expertise we need in these discussions as well, because they are up to date with where we need to go as well. I know a lot of us are SMMEs. I think that's the bulk of what most of us are. Some of us are students, some of us are professionals in our own right. Are there any academics that are employed at universities here today? University of Free State, Soplaki, Nelson Mandela. And this is the problem, comrades. Who's going to write these policies for us? You know, who's going to put the content of the policies we're discussing if they are not here in the room with us? Because me telling you something and you being part of us is exactly the problem. Okay, I'm a lawyer myself, but are there any other lawyers here in the room with us? And that is what I'm saying, comrades. And then I'm alone there. Out of our conglomerate of leadership, we should choose strategically how we want to organize ourselves and how we want to identify. If you are sending someone to a meeting with a CEO, wherever, you must know that person is going to represent the organization with the zeal and with the content that is needed. Now you send him there to wherever you want to go and lobby support for a program. Now you're sending one of your PC members, but they don't know what to say. They don't know how to engage. We must also look at ages and how to mix generations. Because I won't send a younger member there, but I'll send one of my older members who have much more experience to deal with the dynamics there. For example, if you go into a political setup, there you need to understand people who understand how to deal with politicians and how you talk. Because if you talk the wrong way, they're not going to listen to you. And you can't talk long things. There you must be able to do a 5-minute pitch, and they must understand what you're saying. So these are the things that when we look at the policies and our current policy provisions, what we need to think about as a movement going forward. Also, the president went into where we started 8 years ago versus where we are now, and how things are changing and how the politics are changing, as well as where we need to find ourselves. That's important because we should be able to go into any political conference and present the digital economy. You should say to EFF, I'm coming there. On behalf of Western Cape, I'm presenting the policy. Comrade Lynch, go there into the DA conference and present the digital master plan of the country from a Pbict perspective. And that's what we are saying. Go into the IFP conference and teach the comrades about what we are doing as Pbict. And that is why I did see a lot of inputs from provinces coming on that alignment issue and how we align. But I think the TG says it nicely. He gives a different swing to it. And he will come in later as we discuss. But he gives a different way how we can actually deal with that, ensuring that we become relevant everywhere. And I think we said it to Prez and to our national deputy chair that, but he likes saying it. He says, Stephanie, I don't care who comes into power. Me, I'll still make money. Because my money is not dependent on anything and any government. Comrade Larry. He just irritates us when he says things like that because he's just so arrogant. He's an arrogant black business person. He says, I don't care who is in power here and who comes into the country. My money is not made from government, and it will never be. And that's something that I think all of us should take and decide what we want to do with it. So currently, our policies are, besides the ones I've mentioned, your commutism, your universal access. I don't want to go through it for the sake of time, but I know provinces have touched on it. We've got obviously our constitution, which some of you have gone directly to, and you've given a lot of inputs there. A lot of inputs have come on the issue of regions, but we'll discuss it in our breakaway sessions, why it was there, why it was removed, and I see in this conference it's coming back up. There's the current policy provisions with regards to how we organize ourselves, provinces, meetings, how they should organize themselves, mobilizers. A lot of inputs from the provinces came on that. And then there was one province that said to me, I must develop a disciplinary process. That one is there. Perhaps when they circulated the documentation, they didn't circulate the attached disciplinary process, but it is there. It actually governs the way from national right through to provinces, how you deal with discipline in the organization. It is there. So perhaps we should just share it as well on the groups. When we go to our other types of policies, we have our normal governance structures that is there. The inputs show me that you actually consider the documents and you read through it. Then we have our normal policies that the Pres was touching on, internet for all, school by day, varsity by night, but that was more a policy we wanted to develop into a program where we are saying we're taking internet to the people. Currently, we are focused a lot on connectivity in all rural communities and areas, because we're saying that if we are looking at even the way the IEC is posturing itself, imagine you're at a VD station and you need to vote on your mobile device and there's no internet there and you don't have data to do that. And those are some of the issues that we should look at as an organization. How do we solve that problem? If IEC today says, hey, we're going to roll out online voting for everyone. Some of you who are involved in the IEC process would know that most of our communities, most of our voters, our elderly people, they don't have those things. They don't understand the systems and processes. So how does Pbict fit in there? And without going too much into it, because the provinces will speak to us themselves. This is not my conference, as much as you'll hear my voice a lot. I'm just facilitating it, but we want to now hear from the provinces. So what we need to do is, amongst the policies I've mentioned, I didn't go through all of them because I think you've read it. So you need to get ready with your spokesperson today, who's going to represent your province, because you're going to have to speak to your policy input. And please, comrades, I don't want you to read your input back to me. I've read it. Our comrades have read it. You just high level, touch on the most salient aspects that you want us to address so that we can record it and deal with it, especially tomorrow and as we go into our breakaway sessions. So I want you to take maybe a minute or two and get the person ready who's going to represent your input. Obviously motivated a little bit, but please, high level. You don't need to tell me the whole document. I did summarize it on my part, so I'll be following my summary as well to make sure I've captured your inputs correctly. But I want you to just take out the most important aspects that you want us to sort of note, bearing in mind the intro that the president have done and my posture towards how we should move. I think let's focus on there. There are a lot of inputs from provinces on what they would sort of develop as programs for themselves as a province. And I think we'll make that distinction about the policy position versus what the program can become. Because I know some provinces made inputs like we must establish sort of a access fund for SMMEs. We must lobby government, have MOUs with government, those types of things. We give it a name and we make sure that that action item falls under that. And it actually allows provinces to do that. Because I've realized that a lot of the inputs have a lot of nice ideas for how you can actually make this real. And when we say SMME participation, resource support for growth, that is exactly what we are meaning. Resource support for growth under commutism. Policy is commutism. Program is resource support for growth. And that's what I'm trying to say, that there are some policies that as much as they are nice to talk about, they will remain a program inside your PC and inside national structure. So throughout the day, we'll just be distinguishing what are we doing. Are we turning this into a program, or are we turning this into a policy position for the Pbict? Like the press mentioned, initially we got the mandate to go and bash down doors, and we did that successfully. We used to walk physically into meetings and just disrupt it because we didn't agree with the way it went. We stopped, and I spoke to Comrade Talita. We stopped a hackathon because they stole our members' ideas and we didn't like it. So we hated it since then. But if we can change the way they do it, then it's fine. I remember in KZN, they were deploying fiber. Comrades went at night and dug up the fiber afterwards. Because we were fighting for 30% inclusion of our SMMEs. They refused to listen to us. There was a ship coming, Prez. What year was that? In 2020. The ship for the underwater sea cables wanted to dock here from Tanzania. We stopped the ship from coming because we said you're not addressing the issue of 30% inclusion for SMMEs in KZN. The ship couldn't dock. They blamed Pbict for that. I said, well, the position is still clear. They called many meetings with the departments, with the ministry there, because we refused the ship to come. And we said it, when your ship comes there, we'll be removing everything there. They won't dock here because we'll be mobilizing our members to go there. So we suggest you figure out how you're going to accommodate our SMEs. And when you are ready with that, your ship can come and you can deal with your underwater cable issues. We won that battle successfully, but we realize we are now in a different area and how we need to engage needs to be different, but also with content and with the necessary expertise to take us forward so that we can be taken seriously. I remember we had a symposium now last year. The minister invited himself to it because he was interested in what we wanted to say as SMMEs. And I will always remember his address that day. He said, we are black, we are women, we are young people, but we must still deliver black excellence and quality services. Can't say we are black women, come here and say black people, and then not give our people excellence. So he focused a lot on, if we are saying we are black people, fine, good, that's nice. But your services and how you deliver it should be excellent. Can't come and deliver substandard service. Then we're supposed to give you guys accolades for being black businesses. That's not going to work. So come with a proper plan. And he said it to us. I'm here. Tell me what I must do for you. Now I'm thinking, what does that document look like? If he must do something for us, as SMMEs from Pbict, what must that document look like? And those are the discussions that I think from here, we are really planning for the future, shaping our own future, making sure that when we come, we don't have issues to come here. We don't have issues to attend our meetings. We don't have issues to plan programs in our provinces. We can actually put up ourselves to say, all right, from me, I can do this. From here, I can do this. And that is how you keep the organization going. Because if you are not having enough resources to bring people who need opportunities closer to you, you are also not serving the purpose that Pbict is there for. You need to sometimes enable people to take the first step closer to you, and from there, you can then release them and let them go. And for us, that's also the idea, to say, how do we help? And if we help, where do we leave you and how far do we help you until we release you back into the system? So, comrades, with that, on that note, I'm going to move on to the next item, which is the policy inputs from provinces. TTG, what's your time there? The time is now 12:30. I'm trying to catch up on time because we should actually be going into lunch. We're going to delay lunch with about 45 minutes because I want to listen to the policy inputs. Okay. Lunch has been extended a little bit. But I want to listen to the policy inputs from provinces, right? And then I think we're shifting around our program a little bit to catch up. If we are still within our time before lunch, we are going to the plenary discussions and the alignment to the fourth industrial revolution. For some reason, the provinces didn't comment at all on that. Now, I don't know, is it because there was no document on it? That was like an open item for you to develop it on your own. But I didn't receive much inputs on that one, this fourth industrial alignment. But it's fine, we'll develop it here. So can I start with, can my sequence be from the front or from the back in terms of policy submissions? I see Northern Cape, Mpumalanga, all of you are here. Northern Cape, Gauteng, Northern Cape, Mpumalanga, Western Cape, Eastern Cape. KZN is even here. Can I start it in that order? Are you guys ready? Gauteng? All right. Northern Cape, are you ready to present your input? Mpumalanga, are you ready? 2 minutes. Do you all want 2 minutes to just focus on? Huh?
Chair, can I propose that we just give a 5-minute comment?
All right. Let's take a little bit of a break for 5 minutes for provinces to sort themselves out. When we come back, we will do the provincial inputs. Thank you very much, comrades.
Chair, can you please call the NEC?
NEC members, can you please come to the table? The rest, but they are part of the province. Finish. That I'll collapse into organizational and governance. Next, province is saying we need to establish a digital fund. That goes into organizational structure. Next, province is saying we need to establish regions. That's 3. Then your next 2 will say we need to define the roles of mobilizers. 4. Last one can then be something on, there was a lot of provinces spoke about the international alignment. 5. The rest of the provincial inputs, you'll then collapse into the breakaway sessions and you'll send it with your delegates who go to the relevant sessions. So 5 minutes, 5 inputs. Can we handle it like that, comrades? Each province, 5 inputs, 5 minutes. You can motivate a little bit for a minute. So you don't have to necessarily go into it too deep because we understand I think we know what we are doing. So just introduce it, give a short description, 5 minutes, 5 inputs per province, and then we take it from there. Thank you very much, comrades. Yeah, here's now the right.
Yeah, the winning one.
NEC members, Free State, Northern Cape Data Bag, Eastern Cape, can we come back, please? Northern Cape. Northern Cape, hello. Free State, can we please start? Hey, that's that I don't have a speaker. Makes my voice soft. Where are the other delegates that were here? Did they walk out?
I think some of them get it up to
Where?
try align the. I saw even Udumis and them. They all went.
Where? Go
outside.
fetch them there. Tell them to please come in. Please. I'm going to introduce an item, SG, into the program for your note keeping. We've just been joined by the former KZN chairperson, Comrade Pilani Makoba. We are going to bring him in to greet the conference and also just give us an address of about between 4 and 5 minutes to just give us some alignment in terms of where we need to go for the next 2 days. So without further ado, comrades, Northern Cape, we need to please start. So you can come back to your seats, please. Comrade Makoba, you can come take the podium. Thank you very much.
I don't understand. I've just arrived. I've just arrived, and I don't know whether this thing that I'm carrying here is working or not. Oh, okay, okay. Thanks, Amandla. Away too. Greetings, comrades, comrade president, the SG, the chairperson, then the whole NEC, leaders of provinces that are here, and all delegates that are here to shape the policy position of this organization. I was part of starting this organization, and so I know many things historically in terms of this organization and what it seeks to achieve. And I know it's a simple. Oh, but I'm carrying this thing, Chief. But I'm carrying this thing. And it's a simple strategic objective in my understanding. So we need to start about making sure that we understand access and ownership. Now, when you start there, you then understand why you're here. Then everything that you do tends to be shaped or informed by that. You know that when you talk about dialectical materialism, there is something that is called historical materialism, which means that whatever is existing is what shapes your focus, or is what shape your material conditions, meaning the conditions under which you are living. So to simplify the matter is that, for example, as black ITC practitioners, the material conditions that are existing right now, they are such that we can't access the sector. But moreover, we can't be owners of the sector. Therefore, the objective of the organization is to break those particular barriers, to make sure that we do that access. In 1562, white people arrived in South Africa. And what they did from there up until 1994 was to make sure that a black person does not enjoy a comfortable life, if I may put it simply. But in 1912, the forefathers of this particular democracy saw it fit that they must come together and make sure that there is a fight for a liberation of a black person at the end of the day. Now, when they did that, they thought that the first thing that they need to do is to unite. Why unite? Because before then, there was an issue that each and every chief, okay, let me correct myself. Each and every inkosi, there's nothing called chief in Africa. Each and every inkosi, language, what is inkosi in another language? Khoshi, yeah, they were fighting their own battles. But in 1910, the white men consolidated and created what is called South Africa today. Then it became important that even black people that were fighting individually, so in their own corners, must come together through a particular organization so that they fight. If you didn't know that in 1912, the theme that under which that conference was convened was that to fight this particular monster, which is unjust, called colonialism. Now, I wanted to start there so that we all understand that why do we normally belong to organizations. It's not because we don't have time. It's not because that we like coming together here and wear yellow t-shirts. It's because there is a reason that we come together and fight a particular system. Here, in 1994, the forefathers of democracy made a breakthrough, politically speaking. They made a breakthrough such that we now have political rights. But they had to go down and sit down again and assess that political rights alone are not enough. So the next thing that we need to fight for is economic development, economic access, and economic emancipation of black people in particular. So, why we are here, we need to understand it very, very, very clear. Now, in South Africa today, comrades, there is a revolution which seeks to make sure that the life of a black person in particular, but the life of general South Africans, is a better life for all. Maybe not called Better Life for All. So it's a struggle that we are in now. We've dealt with a legal system that excluded others on basis of their color of their skin. We dealt with that. We are now on the second part, changing. The word revolution means changing. Now we were in what you call a national democratic revolution. What is that? Is that nationally, this thing must happen nationally. Secondly, it must be democratic. Thirdly, it must change people's lives. The democratic part is the one that is critical. The forefathers of this democracy fought for democracy. What does that mean? It means everybody has a choice to have their own political to be politically aligned in a certain way. They've got a choice to choose whoever they want them to lead. But the reality is that the reins of leading the African National Congress, the African National Congress was in the lull. It was nowhere. But they had to go door to door and remind people that you are oppressed. You see, the problem with, I'm sorry, Chair, don't forget your 5 minutes. I get carried away. Don't forget your 5 minutes. So what I'm trying to say is that there are ups and downs in the revolution. Maybe let me summarize it like that. There are ups and downs in the revolution. 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 There are ups
ngifuna ukuzalana ke maqabane ngifuna ukuzalana ke maqabane to say that when the leader of the revolution is experiencing a knock, it does not say it is no longer the leader of the revolution. There are ups and downs in the revolution. And the ups and downs in the revolution, they are caused by individuals in the revolution that want to use the revolution for their own benefit. You see, when the PBICT, in future, you have individuals that want to benefit because of PBICT. The PBICT will also experience what the ANC is experiencing today. Now, in the ANC, because I'm a frank person, in the ANC, there's something that is called factionalism. That is prevailing there in that organization in which we are hosted today. There is that thing. What you see today, the 40% we see today, the 17% we see today in KZN, there is nothing, its root, nothing else. Its root is something called factionalism. Because individuals thought that they are now greater than the revolution. But unfortunately, people out there, they tend to go with trends. Ne? What's trending at the time? Now, I want to promise you that the giant is going to wake up. The giant is going to wake up. Everything is being done to make sure that the giant wakes up. Because abanye vele insuku zabo ibaliwe anyway. So it's going to wake up. Now, this is a point I wanted to make, Chair, before you chase me out of this podium, is that when the giant wakes up, it must not find the PPICT more than the African National Congress. No one. It might be comfortable right now to think otherwise. It was comfortable for a man that I respect in terms of ideology, Sobukwe, at some point, to think in a certain way. But this giant also proves itself, also always proves itself to be the one for the people. I'm not saying that there are no problems within. I'm not saying that there are no problems within. There are problems within, but we need to make sure that we are part of making sure that what Kalata and those who led the revolution at the point wakes up this giant. Do everything in our power for it to wake up. But there's another promise I want to make to you before I sit down, is that what you stand for, it is understood, or what we stand for, it is understood also by the revolution itself, that black young people must have access to the economy, and black young people must thrive in the economy. You, particular in the ICT sector, in terms of the economy. Mandla. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Comrade Makoba, for that history. Always nice listening to you. I wish I gave you more time, because I actually wanted you to unpack it the way you've always unpacked it. And that's why the majority of us understand it, because you unpack it quite nicely, but you need about maybe 2 or 3 hours for that, because it's rich, it's content rich. But when you come from there, you realize that we might not be where we are, still not where we are and where we need to be. And looking at the young people in the room, and the PBICT is getting younger, we will need to decide how we incorporate the young people who are also looking for their own voice and space in this revolution, because how things are, the rate of unemployment is very high. It's as if there's no hope for young people. Young people have graduated, they're not finding jobs. They're trying to start businesses, they're getting no support. So the plight of young people is very serious. And it looks like we'll be handing over a young organization. So it's important, comrades, that we align you correctly so that you have the content and the strength to stand. Wherever the revolution goes, you are able to stand. And that can only happen if we give you guys the right tools so that you're able to align yourselves and fight the battle correctly, and you don't go off in another direction. Comrades, the time is not with us. I'm going to start the inputs from provinces. 5 minutes, top 5 inputs on policy changes, please. And then I would want us to then move into the second session, and then we do lunch at 2 o'clock. So I'm really going to cut you guys with time. Here and there, I'll probably guide provinces on certain submissions, but I'm going to allow you to speak, and then I'm going to monitor you strictly. So can we please, Gauteng, are you ready to start now? All right. I'm going to start on this side of the table, and I'm going to ask Gauteng to come in. After Gauteng, Northern Cape will follow, then Mpumalanga will follow, then Western Cape follows, Eastern Cape, and then KZN, Limpopo. So in that order. Northwest, yeah, Limpopo Northwest. All right, can we please start, Gauteng? Thank you very much. Please introduce yourself when you come on the podium. Make sure we know who you are, and just for the record, where you come from, and then you can start. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. President, Madam Chair, all protocol observed. I don't have much time. I would have addressed everyone and greeted everyone in order like that. So my name is Xolani Khatebe. I am the Deputy Chair of Gauteng, and professionally I'm an engineer. So most of our policies this side were actually given. So we gave young people a chance that side to be the ones that share, because their minds are not yet filtered by what the world stops them, so they can think freely and so on. So we just said they should do that. So I just want to give credit to that. And one of the main things, was the skills development partnership. It's the chair just mentioned right now that a lot of people get to graduate and they still become unemployed. And as an engineer, we always say that wherever there's problems, we are supposed to strive, because the solution is a potential for a business opportunity. So the skills development partnership basically is a collaboration between industry and higher tertiary institutions. So what that means is that instead of going to universities and teaching people theoretical knowledge, let's go back to the rural areas and teach people the basics. There's still a lot of people struggling in our rural areas, like if someone can do plumbing, welding, teach those skills, and then instead of them going outside to look for jobs, they then get to go back to their communities with these skills and then start building the infrastructure themselves, that side, improving their own communities, making their lives better for themselves, their families, and like that. So there's that skills development partnership, and so we not to forget rural areas. Whenever we make these policies, they are the ones that suffer the most, and unfortunately, most of them are actually Africans and black people that live in these rural areas. So we always talk for IR, in Gauteng, Cape Town, and all of these places, but some places don't have access to, clean water and all of those things. So we should make sure that whenever we make policies, we also include them. And so it goes back again to another point, which is the preferential procurement target, which enforces a 30% quota for black-owned ICT firms in government and so on, your software development and all of that. And then there's the implementation strategy, which point was also raised, to task the government, the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies, with oversight, leveraging BEE commissions for enforcement. piloting policies in provinces with high black entrepreneurial activities. So we say that, you know, if any company is going to do a business in a specific province or a location, they are supposed to include black, you know, 30% is supposed to go back to the community. But we instead of saying that 30% goes to the community, let's give young people skills so that instead of just 30% goes back to the people of that community, 100% of it actually goes to that community and they grow. So yes, and then there's the international collaboration frameworks. So when international companies come this side, then the chair also mentioned, the president also mentioned issues regarding the Starlink and all of those. So we should not back down when they come this side. The only people, like they just mentioned, who know better the problems of African people are Africans. And no one is going to come overseas and come solve our problems ourselves this side. They always want to benefit something themselves. So we should enforce those policies, make sure that, you know, things, we are not left out. So yeah, and that's just the top 5 that we identified ourselves.
Thank you very much, Gauteng. DSG, your live stream is able to move so that the mic can go to them. No. All right. Next province, Northern Cape. Chair, you taking it.
Amandla, comrades. All right, straight to the point, comrades. So the PBICT policy conference today needs to resolve on focusing on growth, economic benefit, ownership, and access for everyone, comrades. That should be the primary focus around everyone, what everyone needs to echo, and not forget why we are here. So that should be the overarching theme, on top of obviously shaping the future. Thank you, Press. All right, so as Northern Cape comrades, we've got a ICT economy at stake, and it's spread out throughout. You're talking solar farms, you're talking the satellites, you're talking the mining aspects, you're referring to the green economy. There's just too much that's at stake. So our mandate here on behalf of the people is that as a provincial structure, we need to drive provincial growth by investing in PBICT's policy programs, like STEAMY as an example, skills based on those tailored specifically to address issues and all the needs and opportunities that are available within the Northern Cape. Secondly, to establish dedicated structures regionally. Number 3, to leverage provincial cooperatives that will ensure that Northern Cape SMMEs and the entrepreneurs have direct access to ICT, to the ICT economy. And then number 4, which is a mandate that the provincial bodies is to bridge the digital divide within the Northern Cape, and then guaranteeing equitable access for all communities. Press, I'm referring to even the 5-rand model from within our organization, and even the hijacked one that has emerged through Pbict. Then we have to position the Northern Cape to attract ICT investment through targeted provincial initiatives and also triple Ps. 5.1, Comrade Chair. To utilize provincial structures to ensure government and public and private sector ICT spending directly benefits Northern Cape businesses to create wealth.
Right, I'm fine. Thank you so much, Northern Cape. Mpumalanga, you can come in.
Good day, everyone. My name is Innocent from Mpumalanga, the treasury. I think this. Amandla. Amandla. I believe we are given 5 minutes. From the office at Mpumalanga, Chair, we have looked into the policies that were sent to us, and we solely wish that the structure of the provincial must expand to regional places so that we can get the numbers and also the voice of the PBICT to be heard. And we also looked at how is the organization aligned with all the international trades like our G20, our Brics. How is it aligned in that manner? And a touching one from my side, going to Usimpiwe's office, of which it was a reality to me, and I believe some other colleagues that are here. It is that how is the organization aligned with the students that are graduating and going out of graduation without receiving their certificates? I myself, I've spent 5 years outside of university without getting my degree because I was a student that was owing that particular institution. One of the entities that are currently here are paid for one of the students. So how is the organization aligned to that point? How is the organization helping us in that point? How is the organization lending a hand to that point? Is the student mobilizer office just an office, or is it an office of movement? I thank you.
Yeah, no, please, Chair. Amandla. Away, 2. Excess. Phansi nge-anti-revolutionaries, phansi. Phansi nge-counter-revolutionaries, phansi. Phambili nge-spectrum ownership, phambili. Thank you very much, comrades. My name is Luvo Gray. I am the Provincial Secretary of the Eastern Cape. Comrades, I want to perhaps quote a very anti-progressive organization. However, the words are very important before I delve into some of the policy inputs from the Eastern Cape. This is from the Afrikaner Broederbond in 1968. This was from, I think, the text in the book is not clear who said it, but I think it was Hendrik Vervoet. It says, do you realize what a powerful force is gathered here tonight between these four walls? Show me a greater power on the whole continent of Africa. Show me a greater power anywhere, even in your so-called civilized countries. We are part of the state. We are part of the church. We are part of every big movement that has been born of the nation. And we make our contributions unseen. We carry them through to the point that our nation has reached today. This is an organization that was more powerful than the National Party. A few members, they call themselves the most enlightened part of society. And these are the few people who influenced how South Africa is today from a structural point of view. As few of us, I mean, we 8,000 of us here as PBICT, but there's a lot that we can do. But I'll touch on that, some of the things that we can possibly do in order for us to be able to change the status quo. Firstly, comrades, on membership fees, I want to touch, we had quite a lot of inputs as the PC, I mean, as the Eastern Cape. But I just want to touch on these 4 issues. Firstly, on membership fees. In order for the revolution to go where it needs to go, we need to fund the revolution. Comrades, it is unbecoming for us to, every time when we have to travel, we have to fundraise and do all of those things. There needs to be money that is coming from each and every one of us, even if it is 50 Rand. I think our next conference will deal into the intricacies of how we fund the revolution. But we need to pay, even if it's 20 Rand a month, but there needs to be some sort of contribution from each and every member of PBICT to show how serious we are. But of course, we can dissect it to say that those who pay a certain amount of fee, these are the benefits and so on and so forth. But of course, there are those like students and so on and so forth who can be exonerated from that. And then point number 2 on the organizational structure. We need to have a performance-based provincial leadership, comrades. The reason we had this input was because if we are not performance-based, provinces will forever be defunct and dysfunctional. Currently, we have comrades who just want to be in positions of power, but they cannot utilize that power to change the lives of our people. Who are our people? Blacks in general, Africans in particular. If we are not performance-based, we can forget about what we are doing here. We are just having a talk shop, and there can be no fundamental difference in the lives of our people. Number 3 is external policy and national influence. Comrades, we need to be very serious about policy because policy is politics. Anything else is just talk and gossip. If we sit here every 3 years to have a policy conference and just come here and gossip, but there are no fundamental difference in the material conditions of our people, again, comrades, we must forget. There needs to be, we need to amend our policy and our constitution to have a policy mobilizer and an individual who's going to be focusing on all the policies that are affecting SMMEs, both from an ICT point of view and also from an economic point of view. The Department of Trade and Industry, when it comes to all of these policies that we speak about, because we talk about these things, but when it comes to the contributions, we don't contribute meaningfully. And therefore, our views are not heard by government and the private sector. So, and that needs to work hand in hand with the Secretariat. And then number 4, on deployment and accountability. Comrades, we've got power in the sector. However, we are not utilizing it fully. We've deployed comrades into strategic departments and strategic sectors in society, but there is no sense of accountability. We need to have quarterly reports. We need to have reports from all the comrades that the organization deploys so that we know what they are doing there. If you are deployed, if you are nominated by PBICT, we must know what you are doing there. If we deploy you in a board, you must tell us what you are doing there. And if you're not performing, we must be able to recall you. Because all of these organizations, you are nominated based on the sector that you come from. So if we deploy you into broadband infraco, for example, and you are and the fundamental policies that we are talking about here are not being implemented within PBI, then you are useless, sorry to say useless, but you are not fulfilling, you know, what we are supposed to do within those departments. So there needs to be a contribution and also a financial contribution. I think 10% is a minimal fee. If you are getting board fees, 10% of that must be given back to the organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eastern Cape. Western Cape.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Linda Mbeye, but I like Lins better. Please call me Lins. Please also bear with me. I'm not familiar with these settings. It's something that I'm still trying to get used to. So I come from the Western Cape, and there we have a very, very young structure. I'm working with students who also are interested in the industry but are not really well aware of what's happening. So my points are not really high-level points. I'll leave that to the experienced comrades here. My points are more functional. So I'll start with induction. I'll say, once members have been elected to positions, it would be good that the members are workshopped into their positions. Even if it's people who, even if it's experienced entrepreneurs and technical people, when you get into a new position, I think that you need to be workshopped into that position. You might think that in your head, no, I don't need to be workshopped for this, I know what to do, but the specifications and the descriptions and all that stuff, there are things that you might miss. Because, for example, as chairperson, then you realize that in the executive, when you delegate, the member doesn't really understand what his or her job is. And even if you, I think workshopping the positions, would help a lot. That should also include sharing of previous documents as templates, because when you need to write proposals, for example, to stakeholders, it's easier to use an old document that you can just amend, And then point 2, I would say political alignment. I don't want to sound like, I'm countering what has been said here. I believe that we should not politically align ourselves, because we come from different provinces. In the Western Cape, I believe that is the most diverse province out of all of them. And sometimes, depending on who you speak to, it is difficult to sell your organization if it's aligned to a particular political party. So, yeah, that's the point. Yeah, I believe that PBICT should hold a neutral position in a commercial space and put business first beyond political ideologies. Okay, I'm gonna skip the other one. So programs. I feel that programs were not shared with us in detail. I feel like in the spirit of uniformity, when a new PEC comes into life, it should be exposed to the programs. It should know how to apply the programs in the spirit of uniformity. I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Western Cape. Northwest. Limpopo.
Limpopo is the last one.
West, Northwest.
Northwest is in that way. When everybody's done, Limpopo.
5 minutes, please.
Amandla. Amandla. I'm just gonna be short and straight to the point. These are the inputs that were brought forward from the Northwest PECs and other members. The first one is that collaborations and alignments, they should be done by provinces to make them, okay, I'm sorry about that. Provinces should be allowed to make them and give feedback to NEC. The second one, rotation of NEC programs, for example, conferences, they should they should rotate in all provinces. Like, we should not just come to KZN each and every time. I'm just making an example. So we feel like it's only fair that other comrades should also travel to, we feel like it's only fair that other comrades should also travel to other provinces so that they can be familiar with those provinces. Unlike you seeing us here, but then you're not even familiar with our province. You don't even know what is there, what is it not there. So the third one is that we have realized that on our constitution, we don't have table of contents. And there are a lot of corrections and errors that needs to be done. It should be revisited, and the corrections should be done, because when we go and recruit, sometimes we recruit professionals and then they would want to see our constitutions, but then it has got errors. And then maybe the person who was typing made a typing error, and then maybe it was not even revisited. So I think it should be revisited and they should be corrected so that it can also be professional. The fourth one, is that treasurers should form part of voting delegates constitutionally, and also there should be a workshop for the newly elected leaders from the national down to the PEC. And also the one member of the PEC should form part of the National Working Committee. The reason for this is that the National Working Policy is planning for the provinces, yes, but then sometimes they don't know the challenges that we're going through at the provinces, and they also don't know the opportunities that we're going through. So if all members are there and represented, it will be simpler for plannings and executions of a lot of implementations and growth in our provinces in terms of ICT. The last one. The last one is that terms of office should be revisited, and mobilizers' positions should also be clearly stated with their duties, and also SMME mobilizer should also exist in the provinces, because how do we expect the SMME mobilizer to just exist in the NEC structure but doesn't exist in the provincial structures? So I think, we think that it will be fair so that they can work hand in hand, and then we can have a lot of business people that are growing in our provinces. And that would help in terms of employment in our provinces, because as we all know that unemployment is very high in South Africa. So thank you so much.
What, the last one?
Oh, Free State arrived. Chair. Yeah. Welcome, Free State.
Thanks, Comrade Larry. Good afternoon, everyone. From Free State, we've picked up a lot from the submission, Chair. We looked at the character of PBICT. It's clearly stated on the constitution, but we are proposing that the character of PBICT should be characterized as Ubuntu more than anything, Ubuntu. Because we are looking into PBICT as the organization for the future. The second point, Chair, we've looked at Chapter 4 of our Constitution. We picked up that the organization is old. It's hitting a 10-year-old. We have a feeling that we need a PBICT that is influential in the government of the day. it must be part of our policy position that PBICT should form part of government, be local, provincial, or national level. In any formation, we have a GNU now, PBICT can be part of GNU. Chair, we looked at the chapter 10 of our constitution. We have a feeling that, Chair, in terms of structures that we have, because this policy conference or this year marks the last year of the whole executive that we have in front. Some of you are not coming back, but we said, as Free State that for us to lose the cream of the crop and then they go wherever they are, they want to participate wherever they want to participate. We are proposing that there should be a structure that called the Office of the Founding President. So that structure should be including all the founding members of PBICT, including Tate Makhoba, so that we do not lose the history, the main reason why PBICT was formed. Because I know when someone loses a position in main organization, they tend to lose interest of that organization. Some of them, they live very bitter and very angry. So as Free State, we are saying to avoid that, let's formulate a structure that is called the Office of the Founding President. So all the information, all the knowledge, all the intellect then will be found in that office. So as it goes to discussions, and it will be discussed on how is it going to be formulated, how many members in that office. That's our proposal as Free State. Chair, we've looked at chapter 12 of our constitution when we were developing this policy contribution. We said an organization like PBICT must never in its documents avail a position where it can be deregistered or closed. We said that thing should be removed in the constitution of PBICT because we need PBICT. We need no one even try to close this organization. So we propose as Free State Chair that chapter should be removed in the constitution when we formulate the next constitution coming the national general, the NGC, that closure of PBICT should be removed. No one must have power, or even in the documents of PBICT that say the PBICT must be closed. We need PBICT, our kids need PBICT, the future generation need PBICT. So that thing of closure, remove that thing in the constitution. We don't need it as Free State. And we will lobby all other provinces also, comrades, to make sure that we get our way. The last point, Chair, we looked at the political affiliation because PBICT in its constitution says it associates itself with the leader of the revolution. But what is a revolution of a black person? We have economy, we have an ideological enemy. So we are opening that to all provinces. There was a comrade from Western Cape who said, in Western Cape, there are 700 political parties. So when you say this to this one, they say, no, you associate to African National Congress. So as Free State, we say, let's neutralize that position. African National Congress, yes, is a leader of the revolution. But if a province have another revolutionary party that is willing to assist PBICT progressively so, because we are a black progressive movement. So we said as PBICT, we must be open to say, go to any relationship with any political formation, but make sure that political formation is not our ideological enemy. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Free State. Are you ready now?
I will last.
I will last. There's no one left.
Yeah, she is ready.
Limpopo.
I am not ready. Good day. Good day. Good day. Do I put somewhere or don't hold it. Put it down. Put it down. Good day. Good day, fellow members. Good day, Chair. All protocol observed. My name is Mpho. I am from the Limpopo province. I'm the treasurer there. and I am a newcomer to the sector, and I'm excited to learn. Although I don't have any experience prior whatsoever with finance or ICT, I am a treasurer. Okay, so yes, so our policy inputs will mostly be administrative policies. Okay, so we're starting with induction. All elected new PCE members or all members must go for a proper induction. Proper, where we need induction packs explained and simplified as much as possible. And knowledge sharing. Knowledge sharing. You see, when this policy conference was mentioned to us, given notice, I did not have any idea where to look for funds. I struggled a lot. I went to Google, I Googled, I even found out there's the TIA, Technology Institute Association or whatever. I wrote them an email requesting for funds, and they were asking me for statement of interest, and I don't know where to begin. I don't know where to start, but I looked for funds. I even asked for family members for funding. But I'm here today because out of a whim, I was writing everyone asking for funds because I wanted this to become a possibility. But I found an SMME, Tico Technologies. They sponsored the trip from Limpopo. Lodgings, food, everything. So I'd like to give thanks as well. Yeah. And training and development. When new members are voted in position, we surely need information and mentorship. If we get an appointment with the premier, so what's going to happen? If I'm in Limpopo and then we've been shouting PBICT, and then the premier said, now, okay, I'm ready to see you. What am I going to say? How am I going to, where do I start? How do I approach him? Who do we say I am? Like, it's so, yeah, dear Margaret. Okay, yeah, and opportunities. I've recently found out there's a Messina Mercado Special Economic Zone. It's called the MMEZ. Okay, the Chinese are taking over that side. So please help us, because by the way it looks, we're going to be rich if we're involved that side. It's like 20 billion rands. Like, just help us, like, find out whatever you do, we want to have a piece of cake that side. Okay. And there's also the Government Information Officers Council. We also have a plan to request a meeting to introduce the Limpopo PBICT. And where do we start? We also need help on that. Okay, and alignment. PBICT cannot align itself with any political parties. We move with the ones who wants to move with us. Who? So yes, we see Hamba Never Hamba. I'm ready, by the way. So, and since we were all asked to give inputs on the policy, and then there are other inputs that I do not agree with, but yeah, it's fine. There are inputs. Okay, from the same province as I am, and all TGs must at least be professional or run own businesses. I'm here with no prior experience, just the love and the passion. Yeah, that's just about it.
Thank you, Limpopo. Very good. Yeah, we're done. KZN, we forgot about you and you are here.
Amandla, comrades. Amanda, comrades. Audible, okay. Greetings, comrade. My name is Njabulo. I'm from the province of KZN. You can't hear me? Yeah, it's all right. It's not a mic.
It's for recording.
What's for recording?
Yeah.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Ngikhulume la kuyona? Okay. That's all. Okay. Anginayo rally voice mfethu. Okay, get serious, get smart, get going, get excited, get away. Get serious, get smart, get going, get excited, get away. Right. Our greetings to NEC, all protocol observed. Kusho kanjalo. Ngiqhamuka la KZN. I'm the PEC secretary. Right. So I'm just gonna briefly intro nyana from our side. Yes, we have policy issues. Pbict is trying their best as well. Like the lady spoke about the inductions. We do have inductions, but some of the members are not joining those meetings. Right? So that's why I'm saying get serious, get smart, get going, get excited, get away. So we must be serious, comrades. We must be serious. Let's commit ourselves. Let's commit ourselves. Let's be serious. We have a lot. All of us here, most of us here are owning companies. So you can imagine. And these days of the month are not the good days. Thank you. So, yeah, okay, thank you very much. So I'm just going to go straight to it. Policy number, expand support in rural expand support in rural and township economy and tech enterprise. So provide targeted incubation funding and mentorship platforms. That is one. Simplify BE reporting for SMMEs. So reduce compliance complexity for small firms without compromising transformation objectives. That is two. Boost skills development funding. Increase SETA allocations to digital training aligned with the future tech. Promote infrastructure co-investments. Encourage co-finance rural broadband projects through initiatives, or through incentives, rather. Enhance transparency and data access. Centralize and publish progress metrics for charter. Establish a legislated enforcement for oversight structure. Create a dedicated ICT BE compliance authority under the BE Commission. Monitor compliance with the ICT sector charter. Issue compliance certificates and penalties of non-compliance. Conduct sector-specific audit. Provide annual public reporting. Facilitate mediation in partnership with industry bodies. Structure to include representation, Department of DCDT, National Treasury, Industry Association, Civil Society, Black ICT SMMEs representative. So in conclusion, the ICT Charter presents an opportunity to accelerate meaningful transformation in the high-impact industry by aligning regulatory enforcement with industry realities and scaling successful models. South Africa can bridge the digital divide while advancing equity and economy inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Provinces, for those short input. as the inputs were going on, provinces started responding to other provinces. That's my job. We're starting to take over my job. We're not responding to anyone right now. We're just getting the inputs, and we will resolve all of us, and there'll be responses on certain issues. We are sort of doing well with time. SG, is lunch here? Are they ready? So we must just continue, right? Because remember I said 2 o'clock we'll adjourn for lunch. But I don't see them setting up outside. Can you please, but can you get an update from just Comrade Klaga? Or, yeah. Just please ask Comrade Klaga how far they are, because I don't see them setting up. Yeah. All right. We were intending to break for lunch at 2. That's why we were pushing the provinces. So apologies for that, comrades. But remember, the supplementary additions will be done in the policy conference. So it's not that you should not present the other inputs. You should present it in the plenary sessions. And then the other issues and interventions other provinces need, we'll also set up after tomorrow and make sure all the provinces are supported. I'm going to now bring in the first DSG, Comrade Dennis Rawls. He's going to take us to the next item on the agenda, which is the plenary discussion on PBICT programs and alignment to the 4th Industrial Revolution. DSG, you can come. Thank you.
Amandla. Amandla. Thank you, Chair. All protocol observed. To the NEC members. PC members and members of the organization, greeting all. My name is Dennis Rawls, as introduced to you by the Chair, first DSG, and also greetings to those who are streaming, watching the stream online in 4K. I'm sure you guys feel like you are with us right now. The clarity must be amazing. With no Wi-Fi in the room. Comrades, as an organization that is ICT focused, it is in our nature to be forward thinking. And if you've noticed the detail of the themes of 2024-2025, has always been looking at the future. And when we look further into the details, that future is not only the material condition of what it's going to look like, but it's also the people who would carry us there. In the midterm, the president said something very interesting. He highlighted, I'll say it in Zulu, indaba yamakhehla. Ukuthi, hey, the old people, we need to start taking a back seat. But that back seat is also part of the future, because that back seat comes with guidance. And I think that's very important. The institutional memory of the current state of the world is also important, not just the organization. Because you need someone who has existed before the normalization of having a smartphone and the progress thereof. Because if you don't know your history or you don't know your past, you won't know your future. That means the people who have institutional memory are able to guide us and help us move, because they know how to maneuver and have the skill set that they can impart to young people who are in charge of the future. We can't escape that. Another thing of the future is coming back now to the 4th Industrial Revolution, which is extremely important. Because it is informing us of how the world is going to be. So we have programs of the PBICT. When these were developed, this was in 2017. From then until now, computing and the idea of computing, daily tasks, writing notes, capturing, consuming content, creating, that has changed in a very rapid way. So as that has changed, we have to come back now and investigate. Are these things still relevant or are they not? Because the president gave us that small history, that this is how these things came about. This is what informed him. Now in this policy conference, we now can go back and look at these programs and how they align to the fourth industrial revolution, which is currently led by AI. Artificial intelligence is going to be the standard method of computing. Voice activated and a variety of ways of inputting, processing information, and all of these type of things. Now, when we look at ideas like Internet for All, Local is Moja, all of these things, we have to look at how are we moving forward with these? And are they relevant? Should they stay or should we get rid of them as we hear? Because this is the work that we're here to do. So before I continue, Nopal, is you still? Okay. All right, comrades, what I'd like us to do, I'd like us to engage in this session before we break for lunch. And I think it's very important. At the back there, Aldine, could you get that other mic for it to float? Comrades, this is not a lecture, né? It's a policy conference. And it's a two-way communication. No, the small one. It's there charging, take it out. So what I'd like us to do, because we know that the fourth industrial revolution touches on the advancement of technology in how biometrics, the physical and the digital come together. Or rather biology. Yes. Andy. Yeah. Or biological, digital, how all of these come together and how our life is going to change. There's the biggest race that we're facing now, Internet for All. Without that foundation, that is the actual foundation of the fourth industrial revolution's connectivity. If we don't have connectivity, all these other digital technologies are just, they're not going to be appetizing to use. Because ideas of Internet of Things and all of these things here become a reality when we have connectivity. That's the bedrock. Then in development of software, systems, solutions, and all of these come. But most importantly, the thing that we're fighting for as an industry, as black people in the industry, most of us when we go home, we're going home to gravel roads, we're going home to plazas where the neighbors far, we're going home to all of these things. When we investigate our programs, we should also investigate how the general public uses it. Even Emakasi, where we come from, some of us, where the black people are in majority, these programs, where do they align with the idea of the future? That the future is not, doesn't care about poverty and financial dispensation. What it cares about is moving forward. So we need to think about that how our people move forward with the fourth industrial revolution. Why is it important to have 5 rand a day internet? When that person connects to the internet, what are they connecting to? So these are the things I'd like us to dialogue on right now. All right? Comrades, we'll try moving quite quick. I'd like us to look at access and ownership. I'll take 3 hands on that one. Can I have 3 hands who want to comment on the idea of access and ownership first. What does that mean for the future? How does it affect the general public? And the general public primarily being black people. How is it affecting us when we go home to our cousins who own a car wash? What does access and ownership mean to them in a IT context? I'd like us to engage on that quickly. I have a hand at the back. Please then always introduce yourself, comrade. The blue light is on there, ne? We take people, we should, yes.
Thanks, DSG. This is Comrade Mdu from Free State. From the experience of access first, it's either government or Pbict or SMMEs, ISPs. The access that we currently have, it's not ours. We do have access, be an access to the connectivity, access to information, access to data. You've mentioned AI, but that's not ours. Maybe we need to emphasize more on ownership. But what are we supposed to be owning? Starting from where? I know you said it must be a comment, but it's more like a question, DSG. We need to own our own technologies. Maybe own them for who? For future. So if we are the organization for the future in the sector, we need to start looking into ownership and take it serious. We're running networks, some of us at DSG. We don't own those networks. Because someone tomorrow can just wake up and then disconnect and switch off. The access that you are trying to push or provide to the car wash owner there, then it's disconnected. So if we focus, or if this policy conference can come up with a more focal, detailed solution on ownership. Yes, you might have a network running, you might have technologies that you have in your hand right now. Maybe you have money to buy them, but do you own them? The data that these things collects, where does it go? So maybe we need to dive deep into this solution, DSG. It might be an easy term, access and ownership. Yeah, you can access it, but do you own it? You can enjoy it for 2 days, for 3 days, for a week, but do you own it? You can enjoy it for a year. Then the owner can come in and decide on that. So we need to own whatever the developments and technologies that we are working on. Thanks, DSG.
Thank you very much. Ownership. Comrade Mdu from Chairperson of Free State is drilling down. So we're finding relevance in this. There's another hand. Yes. No, that one's off.
Yes, I did. Okay. Comrades, I'm seeing a little. The NGC that we had about 4 years ago, it was full of people that have ownership. And I'm realizing that in this room, there's full of youth. And we're going back to before what we have achieved. It seems like we haven't achieved anything, but where I'm sitting, I know so many people that have network that belongs to Pbict. I'm one of them. Larry is one of them. I can talk to Larry while I'm in Limpopo and help me while he's in Free State. Because in this room, we sat down previously. We had those people here. And I can say 90% of them are not here. Let's say 95%. And I'm putting it to you as a deputy SG and the SG office. Let's put it in that way. How can you make those people that created their own networks to come back to this room and the young people who are here and learn from it? It's critical. The last SG that we have here in the same office, we were not talking about or people didn't have money. We organized ourselves and we came here because those guys, they had everything that is needed. So what I'm asking the SG office is, what happened to those guys? Can you sit down as an executive to bring those guys back so that when we don't start from scratch? This is what I'm saying here. And then we'll keep on starting afresh. When new people elected, the old one are disappearing. Vagai Borudzani. People with experience. He's running his own network in Ekurhuleni. So where do you go? It's people who are part of ICT. You go to Soweto now. People who are running those networks. Go to Atteridgeville. It's members of PBICT. I'm looking, I'm talking this, it's like most of you are not aware. But guys, go to Venda. It's members of PBICT. So, you guys, you are new, but you have people that can help you to do that. And when you talk like you've never been there, hey, guys, it's not right. And I'm asking the guys who are sitting in front, please, can you call those guys to come so that you can understand the achievement of PBICT? Now, as you mentioned, I didn't want to be here. Limpopo, there is another thing in your G20. They're electing people to go to G20 to represent Limpopo ICT guys. But when she talked to me, I felt it's not right not to have our province here. That's why I came. But guys, please, let's become honest to each other. Chair, you know very well. What happened to those guys? Thank you.
Yes. So, okay, I have two. Okay, I'm going to close it with, let me take 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll take 4 hands. We close on access and ownership so we can keep moving. You can bring it.
Thank you, DSG. Amandla. Now, mine was predominantly based in the back end of what the Free State chair shared. But again, I was also moved by the last speaker's comments, which I strongly agree with, but also wish to highlight a different perspective. In any setup that seeks to advance to the next level, growth will always be seen or defined differently. And in as much as I totally agree with the last speaker, yes, we need to bring that institutional memory back. But however, we also need to acknowledge and celebrate their growth, that they are now on greener pastures and some in many different ways, philanthropically, if that's a word, would be giving back in their own wonderful ways, even outside of the organization. I think the point I'm making, my brother, with a total 100% agreement with you, I also want to acknowledge the young people that are here, because in any process of growth, we have to start somewhere. in terms of mobilizing. And with that journey of such mobilizing, we also have a responsibility to shift the mindset of these young people so that the next 5 years is interpreted the same way we would recognize those that are already at a it's different stages because remember, a Pbict as an engine for transformation can be run or lack of a better term, can be accelerated by different shapes and sizes of inputs. It can be from an 18-year-old high school student all the way to up to what I would recognize from the point made by the Free State chair as an honorary input, where he suggested that those that have held offices and understand our history and our institutional memory of what the organization was set up to achieve have a very huge value and wisdom that they can share with the current youth that would obviously take the baton. So it's for me, it's more of a continuation. But what would have been very profound to share would be the responsibility of the people that are in front, because they too share the same institutional wisdom with which I'm not too sure whether the capacity is enough to share with the wider audience of the youth that we have. The skill is enough to actually connect with the type of youth that we're dealing with. Because remember, when the president was addressing, he did actually sort of like, maybe not insinuate, but allude to the idea that this organization was founded on a radical and militant stance, with which, well, maybe it's relevant today or not, but that still has a moral connection with our history. Now, the point I wanted to make, sorry, man, I was moved by your inputs and sort of like wanted to also drop in a different perspective to say, we are all here. We made the time to leave whatever we're doing to come here to gain that experience. From the lady that actually said, without experience, but I've got passion, and I've got the time, and I've got the willingness to influence a change. So some of those things we really need to recognize. But anyway, my point was sort of like a synergy. We come from a journey of access and ownership, and that journey has been reiterated and drummed into society over the past 4 years. And I also wanted to then, I think this is something that I made mention of in one of the NEC meetings, as not necessarily a policy position, but however an ideology or some sort of a chant of some sort that can actually remind us of whatever policies that we're going to put together. So access and ownership can grow or lack of a better term, can evolve into nothing about us without us. Now, this is what I mean. Now, we want the access. We want the ownership. Now, the president earlier in his speech, in his opening, actually mentioned that he was invited to a meeting where you've got Vodacom and MTN CEOs that were there. And you had a whole minister that actually recognized white monopoly over black excellence and wanted black excellence to be part of, to go over to white monopoly. Now, if you speak about access and you've got a government institution that can unlock that access, we are saying nothing about us. When I say about us, MTN Vodacom is MTN Vodacom because of us as black people and in our majority. Yes, absolutely. So access and ownership can evolve to nothing about us without us. Meaning the same example that the president made to say there are opportunities, there's so many opportunities. There's so many, but it keeps going to white monopoly, and we are here. And we are the ones that are basically enabling these opportunities. But this is about us, but it can't happen without us. So the previous structures have sort of like created that access, hence the growth elevation my brother was mentioning, to say they've gotten that access, they're there. We are here, and with the policies that we're putting together, if to answer the debate that was opened up about access and ownership, I would say let's sort of like structure it and steer it towards nothing about us without us. Thank you, colleagues.
Can I, okay, you can be shorter.
Give chair.
Okay. Thanks, Chairperson of Mpumalanga.
No, thank you very much, DSG. I think my contribution to this item, and it aligns with the last conference we had. I think the press spent a long time in that session with the activity. The activity was, there's a school, right? There's a school. And the question was, we broke up into groups. Every group had a different task of how do you make money with the school. Because we are past the point of preaching about access and ownership. We have to get ready. I'll use another example in Patisai. We told members, hey guys, we want to go for SA Connect, man, because hey, we've been hearing this thing is so nice, you'll make money, you'll become an ISP. Let's get ready, guys. Well, I think we were 80 companies, Comrade Larry. We started with 80 of us. We told provinces, get your companies ready. We told you all, some of the chairs were still here. Get your companies ready. Each province must give us 5 or 10 companies, Limpopo. Told you, get ready, get your compliance documents ready. We passed the point of telling you and preaching about this. We wanted to start something real. We then started, hey, how are we gonna do this thing? We're gonna submit the documents, get your CSD ready, get your tax compliance ready, get ready. Because there's something we are working on here as the leadership of Pbict here. We are working on it. Hey, I don't know, out of the provinces, some came, some didn't, some went on their own, fine, no problem. We started as 80. By the time of submission, we were 47. We started a group, there was a WhatsApp group, I remember it. There were 80 of us on this WhatsApp group. Within 3 months, the WhatsApp group became 47. By the time of submission, by the way, we sat and putting it into practice, comrades, how we actually went out and we overexerted ourselves. We said, okay, GovTech, we're gonna come to GovTech, and then we're gonna start, constructing these bid documents. And all of us are gonna tender, because that's the only way you would have gotten in here, to tender. So come as you are. Even if you don't have it, come, we'll help you get your compliance. You don't have tax, fine, we'll help you. We've got someone who can get your tax compliance. You don't have CSD, come, I'll register you. I know how to access the system. We even said, you don't know the proposal. Don't worry. We'll draft the proposal for you, the technical proposal, on how you're going to deploy Wi-Fi hotspots in communities. Don't worry. Just come. The provinces didn't mobilize. They didn't send members, right? Those who sent, we submitted 47 bids, us as Pbict. We all went there to BBI, we submitted. Out of the 47, I think we got 27, Larry. 27 were appointed. That's 27 millionaires coming from Pbict. The purchase order is not less than 1.5 million. Right? Yes. Me, I'm in the Northern Cape. I was appointed. Larry is Free State. Mdu is also other part of Free State. He was appointed. There's Jaira, they were appointed. All of us, we are nationally, all of us. We are deploying nationally. This is Pbict. In the background, we had already started a conversation with CIFA to assist us and give us funding. And comrades, you know what happens in Pbict now with these comrades? Hey, they run with us, and then there comes a time where they just go silent. They'd already gotten the money that Pbict facilitated. They got the money. They decided then they don't want to be with us anymore. They want to go on their own. Fine, no hard feelings, it's okay. You can choose what you want to do, no problem. That's why they don't come back anymore to Pbict, because now they don't know how to. Maybe it's a matter of they don't want to face us anymore, or they don't want the questions of, hey, where you've been, whatever. So that's maybe one reason why they don't come back. We then said, all right, and it's difficult. It's difficult implementing this project because Some of the ISPs are established, others are just newcomers like us in the sector. So it's difficult because you have to now learn what this thing is about. But the comrades here said, it's fine, we'll teach you guys. We'll teach you, or we'll teach all of you how to do this thing. We'll teach you how. So yesterday, before this conference, we had a training session, teaching everyone how to do the connections, how to do the configs, how to do everything. We'll teach you. We even said to members, you don't have to study anything. We'll teach you this thing. That's access and ownership, comrades. That's access and ownership. That's all I can say about it. That's access and ownership. But you say, what was the request? What did we say? Just show up. Get yourself here. Get yourself here. And now you are in this thing. Then our next thing is, and we get reminded as ANPs all the time, we came this far. You must now also help yourself. And now you're at the second phase of this thing where we are saying, all right, we've helped you now this far. Again, you've got your purchase order, you've got your funding from CIFA. Now you must go and you must now develop and sustain your own business. Now you must become a business person. A year ago, we were still struggling, sitting like this. Hey, guys, what opportunities are there? Hey, we don't know. That's a year ago. And that's Pbict. That's what Pbict did. In the room yesterday, we were talking about 140 million rand economy. And this is not us just talking. It's there. Yeah, we're struggling here and there. They're taking long with payments. But when that payment clicks in that room, there'll be over 140 million there that's sitting with Pbict members. You're talking about your own business. You're talking about your own thing. One thing I want to encourage, especially the PCs, don't be selfish with opportunities. Don't, as leadership, want to use Pbict for your own benefit and not empower your members. Because there are provinces here that have not told the members about opportunities, but they're sitting with it. And that's one thing we will never accept. Not going to accept leadership that want to just, you must empower the chair or the treasurer, or you must empower the mobilizer. No, we said bring all the members along and we'll get you all involved. Those projects are still running. Comrade Lins there. Come to Kailicha there. We'll connect Kailicha. We'll put up 150 hotspots there. Comrade Sam will go and deploy there. We'll connect everyone there. And we'll start selling 500 a day there.
When?
We'll come there. Come. Then jump. Where's jump? The CEOs are here. We'll come there. We'll come to Northwest. We're coming to Limpopo also. We realize that we also don't need government to take us anywhere. We can start raising our own funds using the business model that we have, using the opportunity we have, build on that, apply for other funds. The problem with funding is, comrades, you need something. You need the base to be right. You need the base. Us, we don't have the base. But between us as a group, we also realize, comrades, there's power in unity. Don't go there in your corner and want to eat alone there. There's power in unity and coming together. We realized also that we were forced to come together and help each other out. And it's not easy because sometimes other companies are driving this thing and using their own money for this thing. But we believe that there's an end goal that all of us have seen. Like with Pbict, there's an end goal that we appreciate and we've seen. And we stick together and we make sure it works. As I said, comrades, we started as 87. We are now only 17 that's left. The other 70 of us, some of them are fine on their own, they're okay. Some of us come and they help us here and there. Others didn't want to be part of it, no problem. Others didn't pitch when we asked them to come. And that's where some of the members could have benefited and didn't. So I'm saying, GSG, in short, access and ownership is also, when you are asked to come, get yourself to that meeting. Yeah, get yourself to the meeting, avail yourself, because you never know. Sometimes opportunity is also right timing. Yeah, being at the right place at the right time. There are people here that don't do ICT, that have other businesses. Now you didn't come to the NGC because we waste your time. You couldn't have the conversation. There are other members here who won't mind helping you, but you're not asking them. You're not talking to them. You're there on your own, there, busy doing your own thing. There are other people here that actually don't mind helping you out. If you say, hey, I'm struggling with this thing, what do you think? But you're not talking. So I would want to say, DSG, that the time for us talking is past. We've already shown you in action that we're doing it. And we can use our numbers to gain other opportunities. But we need willing members. We need members who are actually willing to get involved and get their hands dirty and do the work. Otherwise, we're not going anywhere. So as we're going to commissioners in this day, we must also realize there's a duty that we must have. If you are SMME, comrades, you must have your compliance ready. Have your compliance ready. We don't mind helping you if you don't have the proposal. But have your compliance ready. Be ready for this thing, because you're not going to get anything without compliance documents. Have your bank account open. have your compliance ready, start something, and then we take it from there and we assist you. And that's what I just wanted to encourage the members, because we saw it, they weren't ready. And some people who could have benefited couldn't. So I would want to say access and ownership is also, before you access anything, you need to be ready, comrades. Thank you, DSG.
Okay, before I take, and no Bala has given me strict instructions, but no Bala said, so that because we're here to work, the reason why we're on a time, the food is here and it's ready. But there were 4 hands on the table. That if, can I ask, can we allow them? Because can we allow them, but be concise, comrades, because there's 4 hands, so that you will now be in charge of leading us to lunch. Because we're in a policy conference, I do want us to work and put things down. But now we're in your hands now for us to eat. So please, comrades, be in charge. You guys now are in charge of getting us to lunch. So the 4 hands, Comrade Chair, Sai, Comrade Salita, Comrade Chair, and Comrade Felix. Comrade Chair Mtu. Thanks, comrades.
Thank you very much, Sekela Nopal. My name is Simon Chainchai from Pumalanga. I'm the chair there. I think go access and ownership, my contribution is we have moved to another level, the level where we look into what we are using to get into the market or to do our business. I was impressed. All our cars as ISPs have got we call them a roof rack. You see, we put roof racks on top where we put a step ladder. So we're looking into, I think I was spending 9,000 to fit 1 car on that thing. But I can tell you now, I think that thing to build it was built yesterday when we were in one of the training there. I think the cost there is less than 2.5, the cost to build that thing. But I was paying 9,000. So that's what we're talking about ownership. We are busy talking to OEMs on the products that they are using, that we are using every day, to say, we want it to do 1, 2, 3. And then once they do that, that will be the product that we only use for our own business, so that we can be able to achieve what we want to achieve. I'm sorry, Mpati, and thank you, Sisi. That 2 billion there, you said 2 billion, you said how much? On that SCZ, we are coming for that opportunity. We invite people for opportunities. The names that you have penned it with, I can tell you, we sat in a meeting in a farm, we've spent money, and we planned for SA Connect way before it came. But people could not submit. Sorry? Yeah, no, we are invited, isn't it? Yeah, we are invited. I'm saying we are taking the invite. But I think it's critical what you are saying. We might overtake you when you're sitting there. I'm saying we were sitting with people planning for SA Connect. They are not part of it now. And they were the ones who were in the forefront. I think Abo Pindi were not even there. But they've got contracts now. So what we are saying is, it's one thing to be told about the opportunity, but to want to own it and get into it, it's something else. Thank you.
Good day, guys. Access and ownership to me. Am I too soft? Okay. Access and ownership to me is clear as a black person. Access and ownership is when you go into a coffee shop, go and drink coffee, but there's no coffee. The only thing that they are selling at the coffee shop is fudge, in cookies, in tramazinis, but there's no coffee. And currently, we as PBICT, that are sitting, that are not part of the ISPs, we are those people that are looking for the coffee in the coffee shop. And it's difficult to identify it with such a vast thingy. And like the Limpopo lady said, and I think also Minky, mentorship is key. like the other leadership also said, mentorship is key, because I believe that with this young generation coming forth, we will have a lot of innovation, a lot of progressive energy put into PBICT with a lot of radical change if we just can be activated and ignited. I understand what you say, Chair, with regards to people were not ready, né? And I respect that. But we are now in a new era and a new dispensation where we have a lot of young people that need guidance. And we as the old people, part of PBICT, should ensure that these members are not only 80 that I identified, but on the next round, we should talk about 1,000, because we are having a membership of 8,000. So we should activate 1,000 people and not only 80 people. Thank you.
Thank you and good day, everyone. Mine is just to appreciate PBICT first, because we have a tendency of not appreciating PBICT because we have people that are not here who are millionaires today because of PBICT. We have people who are being deployed in these boards, in these institutions who are part of PBICT. But when PBICT is calling meetings like this, no one comes. With new people that are just coming, they will think that this is a small organization. No, it is not a small organization, guys. If the guys that have benefited from PBICT can come here and tell you what is it that they have benefited from, you would see that the majority or 90% of small businesses that are in IT are from here. They've benefited from this organization, which is PBICT. Mine is just to urge the guys that have benefited from PBICT, come back, guys. We need you. We need you to employ our youth. We need you to be part of these sessions so that you can be able to show the people that are here, that are interested, that are out there, that are watching this now on YouTube, that PBICT has done a lot. I'll make an example. There are few guys in the Eastern Cape. Oh, by the way, I'm Felix Mbambane, Deputy Chairperson from Eastern Cape. From Eastern Cape, there are guys that were given more than 600,000 to buy equipment for their ISPs, but they are not here. And their ISPs are like giving so many people connectivity. So we must be informed, guys, like with the new PECs, that so and so is part of PBICT and they've benefited, so that we can ask them nicely, come back, guys. We need you here. PBICT needs money. PBICT needs your intelligence or intellect. PBICT needs everything from the members that are sitting at home or that are there, that now they see PBICT as a waste of time. But they have so many numbers, more than 6, some of them more than 6, 7, 8 because of this organization. Guys, let's not give up. Let's push. One day we'll say, Eastern Cape people, I'm one of the people that have been there in the Eastern Cape province. They would say my name and all these things that they would say. But if you don't give up on PBICT, PBICT is going to pay you back. Thank you.
Let's close with the chair of our hosting province. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, DSG, for the opportunity. Greetings to everyone, to our warmest city, which is KZN, Durban, and Mtubane city. Amandla. So as we are here, we are talking about access and ownership. I think as we are talking about access and ownership, we really need to also look into systems and mechanism of how to monitor the access here to the ownership here too. As we are saying, there are number of people that have benefited from PBICT, and then how do we track and trace those people so that as PBICT we can see
access and ownership, we're really opening doors and we're really making sure ukuthi these opportunities are getting to abantu bethu that we are fighting for. Because we are fighters as Pbict. Gatekeepers must fall. So, and abantu mase benefitile bahlehlela nyovana. And then they don't come up and say, hey, through Pbict, I've benefited A, B, C, and D. I own a network now, or I own this and that. So what I want to say, DSG, let's have our systems in place so that we can and monitor the progress here to, as an organization. So that even if we go out there and look for opportunities, we can say, okay, you can say, these are the people that have benefited from Pbict. These are the people that didn't know anything about IT and technology, like comrade Upindiwe. Now, she owns the network now. So by just listening to a call that says all members must come, and because some other people, they don't come because their opportunities, they want the money first, they don't want to do the work first. So it's not the other way around. You need to sweat. You see, you get excited. Press always say there are 3 stages. There's a dream stage, and there is a reality, and also there's a fantasy stage where you fantasize about the idea. But when reality kicks in, that's where you see, no, I'm into real work. So what I want to say, Wuti, really, let's have these things, mechanism and systems in place. Many of us have gotten tenders, we've gotten opportunities, we've gotten to be in big stages where we've been, where bengesikwazi ukuba khona without Pbict. So we need to appreciate, as one of the members said, some of abantu, they are in awe, comrade Uluvo. Some people are deployed in certain areas. Be a board member, represent us, lapana, but bona they sit down and then they mind their own business and forget they were mandated to stand on behalf of us. So let's track and monitor and have our system in place. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, thank you. Comrades, this session, although the session is closed, the idea that we introduce now is going to go into the commissions. When we review the commission subject matter, align them to our programs as we discuss and we develop, with the thing in mind that the future has the 4IR outside of our institutional issues and things that we need to do, but how do the people benefit from the technology as we move forward? So I'd like to declare this particular session of this plenary closed, and thanks to the last 4 members for relieving us for lunch. Fully appreciate you. And comrades, let me hand it over to Chair so that we can get our orders in terms of how we conduct ourselves leaving and returning from lunch. Thank you very much. Oh, it's no parlor. Thanks. Let's give it up for no parlor, guys. Thank you, comrades.
Thank you, DSG. And thank you for the fruitful discussions. I saw the energy. I'm also impressed. We learn every day. But I know that the food is ready. So, comrades, we're going to have a 1-hour lunch, 45 minutes lunch. But, Chair, looking at the time, it's 14:43 now. So we need to be here by 15:45. 15:30, sorry, my math is dribbling me. So 15:30, comrades, sharp. We all need to be back. So how are we going to do this? We're going to go outside. There are ladies there. They're going to show you where you need to collect your plates and whatnot. Yapaga, and then you come back. This is where we're going to chow. All right, so this is and then we must keep it clean, please, because this is our office work for the rest of the day. Thank you so much. Can we please now go and allow ourselves to be fed?
Bye-bye.
Because we need them also to break into sessions. So we're gonna go into the breakaway sessions now. I'm going to call the president, Dr. Rawls, to come and give just a high-level context of what the breakaway sessions are and what is expected from them, so that as you're discussing, you know what angle and what direction you need to push the discussion in. Then the SG is going to come and he's going to start allocating comrades. You're going to be allocated randomly, right, with numbers. So everyone's going to get a number. We're going to break up into 3 groups. The SG will also inform you where everyone will sit. I know one session will go out. The other 2 will probably stay in here. So SG will also come clarify that. And then we're giving about 2 hours for the breakaway sessions, 2 to 2.5 hours, because the idea is to get as much content as possible as we can. We're trying to create enough time for the sessions to happen. So please make sure you contribute positively and that you just participate and give no idea stupid or funny. Just give the idea, make sure it's written down, and so that we have enough content to work with. So I'm going to call the press to please come and address us and then take us into the next session of the day. Thank you very much.
Amandla. Comrades, can we please just request those comrades that are outside to come in? Or Babu Mfundis, as you're coming in, can you please request? No pala ungangeni ushiya abantu bakho ngaphandle. Babu Mfundisi, ungangeni na ushiya abantu bakho. I see KZN is not here. Hayi khona abashodayo. Sasubiza nabanye ke as a host. Jabu sebekhohliwe. Comrade Sabata, all your people here. Sihlalo. Bakhona abantu bakho labaphelele. Mayang lions akho ngathi ase Ethekwini, my comrades, be careful, there's Devon poison. Eh? It's not the same like everywhere.
How do you know?
Yeah? Oh, you don't know, Snoop Dogg came here. He was even on the stage. Give me some of that Durban poison.
The unspoken language.
Yeah, you must be careful. Victor came for the first time in Durban. We couldn't find him for some hours. And so, you remember? I was happy when I saw you this morning. You got kidnapped.
I get locked up.
Hey, thank you. You locked the door. All right. Comrades, the reason why we are here is because this is a policy conference. Right? Now, there's a difference when we have a conference, and there's a difference when you have a policy conference, which means this conference is specific to a particular matter. And this matter, comrades, is about us having the policy. Now, when we talk policy, there's a policy directive, there's a policy position. So when we go into these breakaway sessions, comrades, that is what we're looking at. We want to see what is our position first on a particular thing. Right? On a particular thing. You've received all the inputs that you can get. You heard Comrade Umakoba telling you about the material conditions. Then you heard about the digital economy as well as 4IR, the new 4IR. We're not going to say it's the fifth because we haven't even scraped or crawled our way out of the third. Some of our rural areas are still in the second. So we need to understand those things as we are getting out of it. We need to understand what is the current material conditions facing our SMMEs, who is our members, our professionals, our students, right? And also those that are in government and so on. So the breakaway sessions, we've looked at them and we've trimmed them down to only 3. Remember, comrades, we're going to talk about the policy position. We need to talk policy directives, right? Now, the first one is the institutional arrangements and governance. So in that commission, which is going to be led by UTG, where's the TG? TG? There's our TG there, always looking sharp. Right? And DSG Zinzi, thank you for coming. I know you also come from Eastern Cape. You're busy climbing ladders and climbing roofs there. Yeah, I have to always, when she's posting on her status, say, no, that ladder, did you buy the ladder? No, you can't. That ladder is dangerous. Please, go buy a ladder like this. Why are you wearing those shoes? Why are you sleeping on the roof? Why are you sleeping on the roof? You can't sleep on the roof. You'll wake up on the floor. So we have to do that. It's one of our pride and joy and one of our successes when it comes to women in the ICT and women doing things that men thought they're the only ones. Uche, Upindiwe, and DSG, Uzinzi are shining examples. They have their own networks. They're building them on their own. I don't think you'll even have nails, and ladies. I'm sorry about that. They don't wear nails. I think the salon probably phones them and asks them, hey, when you're coming next time. They are building their own networks. They are climbing up ladders. Pindiwe got almost washed away by the rivers there. Yes. Hey! But it's our pride as a PBICT. And these are the things that we want to see. So on institutional arrangements, number 1, the founding document and the document that guides us is the Constitution of the PBICT. Rip it to shreds. Take it apart and put it back together again. Right? Because it's the one that defines how we operate. We've been running for 2 terms of office from 2017. We have enough problems, enough experience, enough of everything for us to come up now with the document that is going to guide us and is going to close some of the other holes. Also from that document, it then tells us how we must behave and what we must do and how things must operate. Right? So we need to look at that. Then there's the issue of the governance. Right? And the issue of governance is us operating. If you feel in provinces, Uguti, the belt is too tight on certain things, then let's release them. Let's have a look at all of those things. But let's look at discipline, let's look at behavior, let's look at character, let's look at all of those things. Are we together? Right. I'm looking at this room here, Victor, and Nopal, and I can tell you that in the founding conference, I see 15 people that were there in 2017 from the 42 people that were there. So this is an organization that has institutional memory, and we believe in it, all of us, as we are here. Let us look at the character of the organization. And if there are policy inputs that we need or policy amendments that we require in order for us to achieve or to change the character, then let us put them in there. So that is looking at the institutional arrangements. I have a favorite thing. Also, that I want you to cover in the RICA, ne? You know RICA, right? Responsible. That's the first part. Someone is responsible for something, and what are the responsibilities that must be imparted on those people? Someone needs to be informed. Who needs to be informed on particular things and who must be informed? We need to have that. Who needs to be consulted and what are the policy directives for us when we are consulting? If you in your province feel that you need to engage the ANC provincial office, how do you consult it? Can you consult? Right? If you feel that you need to you need to consult. Can you do it? You understand? So we need to have those guidelines. Otherwise, we end up doing is that. And then who will be held accountable? And then what is the accountability on those? So let us cover on governance, RICA, especially those things, because that's one of the things that we have never covered, and that is creating those problems, comrades. So each and every office, from national to province, that RICA must apply, because the RICA test has not been tested on the governance of those positions, of those offices. Responsibility, who must be informed, right? Who's consulted, and who will be held accountable, and what then? So we need to look at those things. So those are those of you that will be looking at the institutional arrangements. I told you that I messed that up and took shifted powers. I don't want the next president to have the same power like me. Comrade Gift, you know what to do. Take those powers back. Right. Then there are those in the second one that will be dealing with government policies. Comrade, we do not have generational wealth. We don't have rich uncles and rich great-grandfathers that left us wills and trusts that are living in Scotland, living in England, living in Sweden or wherever. We do not. There's only one thing that we have. It's our government. That's the only thing that we have, is our government. And that government, there are certain policies that are there, right? Now, there are critical policies that we need to discuss here. In the Sabata, the first one is the CETA Act. Is the CETA Act. I saw now that there's a new challenge and the minister's also taking them hard on. What are we saying about it? What is our policy position on CETA, the CETA Act? That's number one. Number two, there is the Broadband Infraco Act as well as the Centec Act. And there is a position, policy position, that those two must be merged and come together and. But what is our position on that? The Broadband Infraco Act and the Centec Act. Then there is an SA Connect policy. It's not an act, but it's a policy that we need to discuss and say what is our position on it and what is it that we are saying moving forward on it. Then there is an ITA, Information Technology Act, which spoke of the WAN and all of those fancy things. What are we saying about it? What is it in the IT space that needs to be changed? For example, if you are busy in innovation and you go to government, right? Government policies do not allow for innovation to be procured. Worse, with the transversal tenders that you see, they do not allow and give space for our future young people to be the providers of technology solutions to government. What is our position on that? Are we together? Then there is an ICASA Act, which now I'm hoping that we're going to discuss what is our position on, again, what they're saying on the spectrum. So remember now, comrades, that we do not know who or how our land was sold or lost. But we do know how the air is being sold, like how the land was being sold. And we do know who is doing it. And it is the people that sat in ICASA when they sold the spectrum now, basically gave it away for free. And then the people went and became chairpersons and CEOs of the very people that they gave away the spectrum to. We know who the sellouts are. It's happening now in our time in front. The air is being sold. And we know that from the report that was just released now, they are making close to 340 billion of revenue. And we are making nothing from there. We know this. So what is our position on that? Those are critical things. Comrades, are we together? Then there's the PFMA and there's the MFMA, which are the ones that enable these transaction tenders, which are the ones that create blockages for us to be able to get access to the 14 billion of government spend on ICT. What is our position on that? Are we together, comrades? So those that will be talking on government policies, we are talking about government policies. If you're not talking about government policies, Chair, you excuse the person to go to the other commissions, all right? Then we talk on the policy position on the digital economy. I want us to discuss the future skills report. So what is our policy position on the future skills? Here are the future skills. Now, we have millions of students right now that are in the education system that will be produced from end of this year to next year to the following year for the next 10 years that are redundant and are going to be redundant. Now, do we allow that to continue? That's the first and the most important thing. It's about the skills. What then is our policy positions on things that must happen? I know, Comrade Gift, and I'm glad that you are here, that there are sitters that are trying to change those things. Right? There's the mining sitter. I was trying something. And I got there's some, now I'm going to be the mining sitter, what it's called? Yeah, that thing there. Now I'm going to be training people on cell phone and laptop repair. I don't know how that thing works on anything, but it's something that I've tested. I just don't like not knowing something and how it works and how it operates. There's opportunities that are there. So how do we have access to MICT sitter, comrades? We cannot be sitting here and we don't have a position on that. And it's all about the future skills. We need to change that. You remember we used to have school by day, varsity by night. It's still a program that we still need to do. It was a very simple thing. There's a school, it comes out at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, and then what? But if that school, and you go and speak to the school that you're at in the location, that okay, from 3 o'clock until 6 o'clock in evening, I'm going to be teaching robotics, and I'm going to be teaching this. Can I use your facility? Why are schools not being used for all of those things? Are we together? So we need to look at those things. There's a post office up until today that is still looking for innovative ways of changing how we can reuse the post offices. So that's the discussion. It's the kind of discussion that I want. How do we bring the digital economy from there in the cloud down to the people at the ground level? Are we together? Now, Larry, with the SA Connect project, Hey, but then there's a 2K thing other ways. Pew, that's your people. So these boys, Sam, they go to Lamont, right? When they get to Lamont, so there's this house. They put a hotspot and everything. And then there's one of the hosts, she's blind, she's young like them, says, no, I want to sell vouchers. Right. These boys are like, oh, that's good actually, that's a very good thing, wow. We must encourage you. Like, no, I'm not going to do it. Why? No, because there's a lot of people that can see that can sell a voucher. You see? So what I told them to do, I said, no, but how is she going to read the vouchers? So now it means that we must go. I said, no, you don't do that. So you got a 5 Rand voucher, got a 25 Rand voucher, you got a 125 Rand voucher, right? So the 5 Rand voucher, you take a punch. You know, it makes holes. For her vouchers, you just make one hole on the top right or wherever of the voucher. So she knows it's a 5 Rand voucher. On the 25 Rand, make 2 holes. On the other one, 3 holes. And that's how you sell a voucher. No? Right? Let's bring in the digital economy, and you're using just basic innovations. There are houses, Larry. If you go into the other areas, I'm sure all of you experience the same, that side in Makuche. The house has 0 income. Like I'm talking about 0 income. As in the mother or the granny in that house, they don't know what to do. They don't know. They're hoping that they don't know. But when you bring that vouchers to them, now they're selling vouchers and they're making 500 Rand a week. They're making 600 Rand, 300 Rand a week. Now and it's a digital economy. It's very simple, it's not complicated. We haven't even started speaking on AI and all of those things. We're just simplifying it and doing simple things. Are we together? Right? So when we are there, what is our position on the digital economy? Artificial intelligence, robotics, 3D printing. Go to China, every school they distributing, I don't know how many printers. Drones, right? What is our position? We need to have a position on the digital economy. We must not only just say 4IR, this and that and that and that. Let us be specific. What are we going to do to push for us to have the future skills be imparted onto the future? We are saying here we are shaping the future, Nopal. How are we shaping that future? And for us to do that, we need to have policy positions. Now, remember what I said when I started, that the way in which we have been behaving, the way in which we are behaving now, is based on the policy positions that were done in 2017. Now, that will tell you, and also Sabata was there as well, that those policy positions, if they were thought in 2017 and they are still relevant now, it means that you had the best brains and the best minds coming up with those policy positions. Nopala, you will tell us how we're going to separate, and I'm hoping that in every commission I'm going to see these nice green t-shirts gathering in all the commissions. So, comrades, when we get into that, remember what we are looking at here. We are looking at the policy. Think of it from a policy position. Policy position, comrades. What is the policy that needs to be implemented in order for us to move forward? All right? We look at the policy, and policy will inform everything. It will inform strategy, strategy will inform tactic, tactic will inform operations. Let us think of it that way. All right? Thank you very much. Nopal, you can come.
All right. Thank you, President. Comrades, I know we just came back from lunch, but I need that energy in those breakaway sessions. So the lunch is supposed to give you the energy, actually. That's why you don't eat a lot when you go to sleep, because you don't need the energy to sleep. But you need the energy for now. I had pap, but I'm alive. I have the energy. So this is how we're going to do it, comrades. And bear with us. So we're going to have 3 tracks. Those who have a paper like this, they'll see it's got 3 tracks. And the president has explained those 3 tracks. The first one, institutional arrangement and governance, right? The second one, government policies. The third one, policy position on digital economy. So hopefully you have a pen. If you don't have a paper like this, you are writing down this thing so that when you go in those sessions, you know exactly which session you are on. And then you know exactly the guidance that was provided to you, right? Because we don't have those tapes for recording and then back, right? You have to write for yourself. Comrade, we have the chairpersons of those breakaway sessions, so those committees. And this is how we're going to do it. So there's going to be other track sitting right at the back, and the other one is going to sit right here. So that's 1, that's 2. And then 3 is gonna go on the other side, right? So we'll show you. So as soon as you go out the door, and then you follow the exit, but you don't go outside. You turn left, and then you'll see an empty room there. So I'll be waiting for you there because that's the session that I'm chairing. So the track 1, which is that side there, where Unopala was KZN is sitting, is chaired by UTG, Comrade Welcome Magagul. And then the scribe is the second DSG, Comrade Zinzizilo. And then track 2 is going to sit here where the president is sitting. So you're going to be part of the leadership. This table here. You're going to discuss government policies. This one is chaired by the national chairperson, Stephanie Lockman. And then the scribe is Comrade Victor. And then you have mine, track 3, outside in the other room where I'm chairing it. And then the scribe is Comrade Pindiwe. This is Bongo Pindiwe too. Sorry, actually I remembered, but so comrade, this is how we're going to do it. You're not going to pick and choose. I'm going to pick for you. The reason why is because we don't want to have maybe another session where 50% is picking and choosing their favorites, right? So we want ultimate participation. So just like in your ID number, you must never forget your ID number. So this number that you're going to pick right now, you must remember it as you choose your track. So it's going to be 1, 2, 3, right? So, Slan, uzoti 1, uzoti 2, uzoti 3. Kanjalo, kanjalo. 1, 2, 3. Remember your number. Your number is your track number. Easy, né? Yeah. Okay. Let's start.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Right.
1, 2.
Ageko.
Yeah, she's coming.
Okay.
2, 3.
Okay.
Oh, 1, 2.
Oh, sorry.
1, 2.
Okay. Let me go that side. I don't want you to cheat on me. Treasure, yeah. Okay. You say 2. Then you are 3. Comrade Nali. No. You are 3. You'll sort it out. And then 1. Okay. 3, okay? 3. And then 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. Again now. Okay, 2, 3, and then 1. Aye, aye, aye.
I have a strong submission on that structural change, the first one.
Yeah.
So I want to sit on that one.
Okay, let's see how we do it. Let's see how we do it. Okay, comrades, you know your number. You know where you need to go. So we're going to start. And then the NEC members, those of you who are not chairing or scribing, you need to pick. So you know, I don't want 2 NEC members in the same track. I want all of you to, yeah. Larry, Sam, no DTG. Yeah, that's it. Okay, can we please do? That's 1. That's 2. That's 3 outside. Yeah, 1. 3, ne? 3, please take your chairs. Sorry. Number 3, please take your chairs outside.
We are now going to deal with the feedback sessions, with feedback from the session chairs. The chair of the first session, I was the chair of the second one, and then the SG was the chair of the third session. So in that order, I think let's allow the feedback from the breakaway sessions. I'm going to call out TG for the first report. And then TG, if you want any of your committee members to add, you can do that. We might allow 1 or 2 inputs. Who you call it? Well, she's been told a long time ago. Some delegates are disappearing. They are stealing the delegates. You know that issue of stealing delegates? You just see them disappear at around 11 o'clock. Hey, they are stealing some delegates. All right. All right. Okay. Our delegates have disappeared for a while. But yeah, the delegate comes back. Must I still continue with the second session? DSG. Here's the laptop here. You you need to assist TG with the report back now. Here's your laptop. Yeah? So you want help with the feedback. You all are the first task. Go according to the task. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, but we're gonna start here anyway. Okay.
Amandla. 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 Viva, comrades, viva. Thank you very much, comrades. We have been assigned to deal with a very critical subject of the organization. And We are sorry, comrades, for the next term. If the organization fails to sort it on us, that means we could have developed poor policies for the institution. We are very sorry in advance. And also congratulate us if we get to succeed and do well. We have looked at a number of subjects that we had to discuss to strengthen the organization. For quite some time now, we have been limping, trying to make amends. But going forward after the NGC, we are very confident that we are going to bring up a very strong and a very visionary institution as we have envisaged previously. We had five. We had 6 pillars. We don't know if a cardinal or what, but they are pillars that will strengthen our organization. Number 1, for the first time we've got a challenge that we have to face with. Since we know that our organization have been here for quite some time, for 2 terms, we have for the first time outgoing members, which unfortunately happened to be founding members. We had a challenge to deliberate on how do we deal with these members. Constitutionally, they are not eligible to be re-elected into the NSC, but we still need their brains and the institutional archives that they have provided all over the years. We sat on and deliberated on how do we make sure that we remain with the cream that they have always guided us with. We made the recommendations, comrades. Recommendation number 1 was to create a structure that will keep the founding members. The founding members should be in a structure that will serve as a board that will be advising the NEC. There will be defined roles, but with the privilege of time we had, we managed to spec out 2 critical roles that must be undertaken by the outgoing founding members. 1 was to consistently advise on the direction of the leadership of the existing sitting NEC. 2 was to do a screening of membership nomination for those members who are eligible or who are going for elections on an official office. That may be either be the PEC or the NEC, which means we are recommending that from now on, our members should not be elected based on raising a hand and say, lo baba wekepiswe LV. Nketha yena. Shouldn't go like that, comrades. Yeah, and
I think we all understand why there's a need to keep those members. In our discussion earlier on, we have envisaged to say, where have we come from and then where we are going. It's clear that there's still a direction that we need to be cleared up by our veterans going there. Number two, we had an issue of defining organizational structure and organizational organogram. Here we are talking of the transitional powers between the NEC and the PEC, with now the introduction of the third structure that we are going to officially give it a name. That could be maybe advisory board, but an existing structure that will exist parallel to the NEC and the PEC. We felt that in that structure we had challenges currently running the organization between these two structures, the NEC and the PEC. One of the key challenges that we faced and we're still currently facing, we're deliberating on, was the issue of the treasury. Provincial offices have got a challenge of opening bank accounts. There are many challenges that causes that. We deliberated on them. We came to a resolution to say, to make this institution effective and operational, we need to create a central account on the national office that will have sub-accounts for the provinces. We identified one bank that can give us that facility where every province can have an independent account ran under the national account. That will give them privilege so that they are able to operate their resources from the provincial level. It's going to help us to clearly define the responsibilities and also the functionalities of these dysfunctional structures caused by the financial challenges. We had another option. We had another pillar of a submission that we received from several provinces in the policy inputs. One was the issue of regions. Other provinces felt that we will need to develop substructures under provinces that is called the regions. We had a deliberation on it, quite a tense one. And the majority of the members felt that it's prematurely to give birth to another child while we are still nursing this one. So we felt that in this current term that we are going to, we need to strengthen our provinces so that they get functional. They have programs to run. Once they have programs which are functional and sustainable, the next term will deliberate if they are ready and good enough
to deliver regions. Pillar number 4, it was the issue of sustainability. How do we get the organization sustainable? We've been quite struggling for quite some time with regard to funds. How do we raise funds for the organization? Basic structure number 1 that we recommend that we provide to the organization is to make the organization a membership fee. It must be a policy that each and every member contribute a fee into the organization. That's then to be defined by the FinCom. Either it's done on a monthly basis or on annual basis, but members must contribute from provinces to national. And a fee will be determined and a membership number that will go with the subscription will be issued to every member. We have got to criteria. As part of the challenges that are faced by sustainability, this will contribute in the criteria of the membership that are going to be elected in the organization. For you to be eligible to be elected in the organization, you must be a member in good standing. Your good standing will be determined by your pocket. How frequently do you go into your pocket to contribute into the organization? We also felt that we must allow the FinCom to develop programs, various programs, to fundraise for the organization. Already the FinCom has already have some programs that it recommended to the NEC, was approved. We feel that let's pass it to the NGC so that the new administration will begin to work on that foundation that they have created in terms of bringing sustainability to the organization. Some that I will mention that we need to have merchandise for the organization. We can create fancy clothing for the organization and sell and get you good members to pay so that we sustain the organization. So we'll create merchandise, there will be great products that will come from the organization, and we need to contribute to that and get the organization sustainable. We also felt that we immediately need to get the documentation of the organization in order, like the PBO, so that we get those who are willing or who are contributing to the organization to be able to get their tax invasion. Yeah, I think Comrade Vuyo will be very happy. You will begin to get your refunds. Luvo, your refunds. Yeah, I'll begin to get some receipts to issue your refunds. Continue bringing in money. We'll sort that out soon. We'll get that document ready so that we become tax compliant for tax evasion. Eh? What did I say? What did I say? Oh, we can't do that. We can't. We have, you have been always doing that, Comrade Philip. Don't act as if it's new. You are always doing that. Which one we didn't know? The criteria did we know?
Yeah, we did the criteria.
We didn't.
No, we didn't.
Okay. Another pillar that we looked at was the criteria of leadership. We had to deliberate on what type of criteria do we need to lead this organization. Do we need everyone to be eligible by joining and becoming a leader? And we felt, oh no. One of the criteria that we have submitted is the one of being in good standing due to membership fees. And also, we felt that for members to join the organization, we don't have restrictions. Anyone can join any day, anyhow, as defined by the Constitution, that if you are in the sector or you've got passion to join the sector, you can join the organization. But to be a leader in the organization, you need to go through the eye of a needle. Though the one who is broken. People are going through over the needle now. We need to make sure that our members pass this criteria that as indicated by the recommended structures that we talked about earlier on, the founding member structures. They need to go through that criteria vetted by them to say, are they eligible and capable to lead the organization? The last pillar was that one, hotly contested one, political affiliation. How do we define ourselves? Robust discussion took place there. We failed to say, hey, we're missing out on the GNU now. We could be flying where the wind is blowing. And we felt that, no, we need to stand our ground and define ourselves as we have always been through the NDR. We are recommending that, close the door. Close the door. We are recommending that we define ourselves with the leader of the NDR, the National Democratic Revolution. Wherever they are the leader of the revolution, we go with them. But should there be a circumstance where somebody that ideologically defined with the NDR, we align with that? Can I put an example, comrades? In the Eastern Cape, laba kwazayo mhlambe bathole 2%. No matter how much we can want to align with them, they're not going to help us with anything in the Eastern Cape. You are not going to benefit anything, guys. But somewhere next to Shaka, you see. Again, if you align with them, you are not going to benefit. But the revolution is there that is defining us as Africans and blacks in particular. So our definition must propel us to be able to contribute to the governments of the day that is leading the revolution. If the giant is sleeping down, we are going to be waking until we wait for the giant to wake up. If it wakes up, we go with it. But while it's still sleeping, siyasebenza. That was the last one. Our submission is let's allow ourselves to align with the NDR. Because if the giant is sleeping tomorrow, we're not going to eat it tomorrow while the giant is sleeping down. We need to eat it today, comrades. Amandla!
All right, thank you very much, TG and session 1 for the inputs. Comrades, this is the time for inputs on the report, or anything that you feel was not adequately covered, or other committees that wish to make additions. This is your time now. All right, can I take hands? 1, 2. Okay, let's start with the 2 for now. You can come in, Comrade Luvu.
Thank you very much, Comrade Tichi, for that progressive input. Comrade Tichi, for the sake of the comrades who are not politically schooled, can you perhaps unpack what is the NDR, the National Democratic Revolution, and how does it affect us as ICT practitioners so that we know what we are aligning ourselves with? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Comrade Simon, Mpumalanga, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not sure if maybe it's the time I was sleeping. I think there's a leadership that is currently leading in provinces and nationally. But we have experienced some conduct, some bad conduct and behavior for some of the leaders, which has taken the organization into disrepute. So I don't know, but I didn't hear us dealing with that issue. So may I propose we add dealing with that element of misbehaving as leadership and leaders who doesn't want to participate within the structures that they are working on. Thank you very much, Chair.
All right. TG, you going to respond now or later? No, I'm presenting the other inputs that were made on this breakaway session. You're going to come in after me. TG. He's tired of talking. All right, I'm going to bring in the TG after this, comrades. For the sake of the recording and the minuting of the SGO, because remember, comrades, tomorrow we must wrap up everything and we must make sure we come out with a document, especially if it's constitutional review. I need to know exactly what the drafting team needs to go and do after post-conference so that by NGC, the draft document is ready. It will be our 3rd constitutional amendment that we are bringing to the conference for adoption. So Comrades, I've tried to summarize all the inputs as I've received it, and I'm going to go through it for brevity's sake. I'm just going to touch on salient material aspects for the record and for the recording, just so that we have it recorded and that we can deal with it after this. From Gauteng, we already addressed the issue of the political alignment. They propose that the role of the Deputy National Chair must be relooked, as well as what the National Chair, the Deputy Chair should be doing. They propose that the powers of the Secretary General are currently being reduced to administrative secretary person. They propose that we separate the National Chair responsibilities and that of the Secretary General. They propose further that the Secretary General needs to be empowered to have full functions of launching provinces, that external stakeholders need to go through the office of the Secretary General. Internal stakeholders need to come through the SG's office as well before any of us communicate anything at a national level. Gauteng further proposes that Deputy National Secretaries must be under the custodianship of the Secretary General's office, so they cannot operate outside of the SGO. Gauteng proposes further that mobilizers must be reconfigured with clear roles and responsibilities and KPIs. Gauteng says that, or proposes that all Treasurer Generals must either be professionals or entrepreneurs, and that we can't have unemployed treasurers serving in provinces. Gauteng says if that is not happening, then they cannot be elected for the roles of treasurers, because it doesn't assist the province. On issues of, okay, I'm just going to deal with that. Government is mine, I'll come to that. Limpopo, on the issue of institutional arrangement governance, says that a mentorship program needs to be established to provide new information to members. New members should be assigned a mentor within the first month. Mentors and mentees should meet regularly. Pbict should develop training programs, foster a culture of open communication. They should develop a comprehensive induction program for new members. They should provide opportunities for members to develop new skills and enhance existing ones. They don't agree with any political alignment. They propose that Pbict not align politically at all, and that we only align with entities that share the same goals. They propose that the role of the Deputy National Secretary must be relooked and the Deputy Chairperson must be relooked, as they don't seem to be impactful. They propose that the Secretary General officers must be empowered to ensure that he or she has the powers of administrative powers. Limpopo proposes that we separate the role of the National Chair and that of the Secretary General. They propose that the SGO as the SG be the CEO of the organization and that he functions operationally like that. They propose that provincial mobilizers need to have clear defined responsibilities and that provincial treasurers need to be empowered. Western Cape. Western Cape says that the organization still needs to thoroughly workshop new electees or appointees into the new positions, and not an overview and just reading them the provisions of the Constitution. They propose that we should also include sharing, transfer of previous documents and templates, which the new appointees can use, and give procedural guidelines. Pbict shouldn't, Western Cape also agrees that Pbict should not align with any political party. Western Cape says that we shouldn't even conduct ourselves in any political manner at all. Western Cape, that cap is wrong. That cap there. Even this venue is completely out of order for Western Cape. Western Cape doesn't agree with this venue today. It shouldn't even have walked in here. It should have stopped itself. Yeah. Western Cape says that some provinces are diverse politically and the alignment makes it difficult for them to sell the organization and create key strategic partners and stakeholders. That's why they say that. The core running programs should be shared and replicated across all provinces in a spirit of uniformity. That's from Western Cape. KZN had a very, very long document. I've tried to capture, it was more on the next part of government, but I've tried to capture the organizational inputs. They said that as much as there's a national steam immobilizer, each province should have the same provincial steam immobilizers. And it should duplicate nationally and then cascade down to province. The responsibility should clearly align with the national framework, because KwaZulu-Natal says the provincial steam immobilizer should operate within the provincial leadership framework while maintaining direct coordination with the steam immobilizer. KZN's inputs were more on the second items on government, but this is what they mentioned on the overall structure and governance. Eastern Cape, also a very long. I've tried to capture Eastern Cape's salient aspects. Eastern Cape says that we must align with progressive movements, trade unions, youth formations, black business fora that share the vision of total transformation of the ICT sector. So we should align with whoever that is. They don't prescribe necessarily what type. They say that Eastern Cape says the current character of PBICT should be grounded in activism and empowerment and must be defended against the creeping tendencies of gatekeeping and careerism. Eastern Cape proposes that PBICT must no longer be a free-to-join organization. Members should contribute financially to show commitment. We should have a structured fee model escalating by 10% annually, and this must be adopted. Eastern Cape says that all elected and co-opted leaders must sign a performance agreement with KPIs that is monitored by the National Secretariat. Each province must be allowed to open their own bank account with clear accountability frameworks. Eastern Cape says that provincial structures must manage their own email domains, databases, and internal communications infrastructure to improve efficiency. Eastern Cape says that the organization must become the vanguard of ICT transformation policy in South Africa, and we must call for a deployment policy that ensures that those deployed in SOEs, boards, SMME support structures, or strategic industry positions are mandated and monitored and held accountable by the NEC. Eastern Cape says that each province must host an annual provincial policy indaba to feed into the national conference. Provinces must produce annual reports tabled at a national structure to monitor program implementation. We propose the establishment of a Black ICT Development Fund, financed through membership fees, partner donations, provincial fundraising events. And this fund, amongst others, will support Black tech startups. It will, where am I going now? It will offer bursaries for undergraduates, and it will finance broadband rollout by Black-owned ISPs in rural areas. Not everything Eastern Cape, but I've captured the most important ones. The other items were more related to government, which I've dealt with there. But that comes from Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape seems like they want us to professionalize the organization and run it with like a clear business, with clear documentation and procedures and professionalism, and we must be there. Eastern Cape wants us to be completely procedural and business orientated. Free State delved more into the chapter amendments to the Constitution. I've tried to capture the important ones. Free State says that we must look at the definitions. I haven't included all of them here, but we have captured the input when we go into our drafting stage. We must define the following: mobilizers, SMMEs, youth of PBICT should be between 18 and 35. We should deal with the issue of women. We have a reality of transgender and the likes in the country. Free State feels that we should define that issue as an organization. What is our stance on, I would say, the LGBTI community and how it fits into our organization? Ubuntu should be added as part of the PBICT character. The term commutism should be used together with Ubuntu and be a big player in the PBICT communication, definition, and members in good standing. It must be put clearly to them. Free State says that there should be more benefits for members, and there should be, which equates to the rights they have. Free State wants the issue of discipline of members to be clarified. They want specific timeframes for members who wait from the time of suspension to the time of finalization of their matters. Conflict of interest should also be handled. What happens to when there is a conflict in the committee handling the DC? Free State wants a SOP to determine who sits in the disciplinary meetings, and that should be established by the NGC. They want a procedure. It should be clear from day one when a member is charged until the verdict day. Free State says we must collapse all the provincial bank accounts because members fight each other over money. They propose that the bank account sit with National and that we only have one bank account with National that controls the funds and that controls requisitions and payments of everything. Free State further proposes that there must be a structure called the Office of the Founding President, and it will serve as the Integrity Committee of PBICT. They propose that there be an addition of regions as we grow as an organization. They propose that PBICT have a company that belongs to the organization and that is able to trade and take shareholding. Free State says that the term dissolution in the Constitution, where I deal with how the entity gets dissolved, should be removed because no one has the power to close the organization. It should never be closed. It should never cease to exist. Free State says that PBICT will only be closed when there are no longer black people in the country. Yeah, Free State says the organization will never cease to exist. Free State says that provinces should decide which political formation they are comfortable with. But it must be clear that that political party should not be an ideological enemy. So they are saying it's fine if you don't want to affiliate, but if you want to, the province itself must then take that decision. That's what, so the differing view coming in there. I think it also aligns with Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape doesn't necessarily politicize it, but it says it must align somewhere else, just not there. So that the conference will decide that. We come to Mpumalanga. Mpumalanga says that we must expand provincial structures to regions, also a strong support on the issue of regions. It says that we must add roles and KPIs and measure standards of performance to key roles. The policy should also address how PBICT aligns itself in international spaces and organizations such as G20 and BRICS. Mpumalanga focused a lot on that international identity that PBICT should have. Northern Cape, okay. Northern Cape, I only captured the input you had at the time when I was drafting this document, which was that you also support the establishment of regions, but your input today will also then be added after you've made it orally in the session. So Northern Cape focused a lot on the issue of regions to be established because of the vastness of the province. The last province on this first breakaway session is from Northwest. Northwest says that the Constitution should have a table of contents. They deal more with grammatical issues, and they touched a lot on, you know, what's structural of the Constitution and how we drafted it. We should include SME mobilizing the structure. Disciplinary committee should be included in their roles. The PEC should be allowed to make its own collaborations, and the NEC should oversee that. Northwest says that there should be a workshop for treasurers for the whole PEC after being elected. Northwest says that the treasurers should form part of the NEC and be voting delegates. Northwest says that the NEC must fund their programs and host one provincial event after launching. Northwest says that the NEC should also donate a provincial pack that includes tables, cloths, banners, and a tent. TG, Northwest saying that thing. Money. Northwest says that we must add a SME mobilizing the province and that they should have duties. Northwest says that inactive membership should lapse and their details should be removed from the database. Northwest further says that the term of office should be revisited. The PEC should be 5 years, and the NEC should be 3 years. So Northwest says, while the PECs are still new, they must elect a new national leadership in their term, and then the new leadership will then renew the PEC after 2 years later. And then a year later, National also finishes its term with new PECs and a new NEC. Northwest wants, at some stage, there will be a new NEC overlapping the new PEC. But Northwest says that we must swap the terms. NEC 3 years, PEC 5 years. Northwest says that youth and student mobilizers should be combined into one position. They feel it shouldn't be two positions. It's sort of the same thing, youth and students. Northwest says that we should fix the grammatical errors and the typing issues, and that we should revisit every sentence and make sure grammatically it reads correct. Northwest said that the NWC should have one representative from each province. So instead of just us 7 here, we should include 9 more members in the NWC so that provinces know what we are doing in between NECs. So that's what the provinces have said in terms of policy inputs. Comrades, we will take all these inputs and we will be considering them when we are drafting, so that we bring the final document to conference. But at this stage, these are just proposals, and obviously we've discussed some of them. The TG has touched on some of them, like the issue of regions. There's a feeling that we should first perfect the PECs, make sure they are functional, before we now want to add more structures. There's feelings on issues of the structure that should include the founding members and those outgoing senior members, that they should sort of stay and guide. That will be added and defined. Then there's other issues of powers and expansion of duties of the mobilizers. That has been a hot topic throughout. KPIs, TORs, that will be done. So as we move further to the NGC, we'll be going to drafting phase. Well, obviously, if all this is approved, the draft that is then approved as is. There are obviously issues that need a bit more deliberation with regards to things like the terms of office and things like exact duties, like splitting the national chair and the SG. The SG had full powers in the beginning. The reason why we split it and why I share it is because the SG couldn't function it was just too much. It ended up being way too much for the SG. So we said, all right, let's then split the duties between the national chair and the SG. So the national chair has, if it's governance, chair has that. If it's admin, secretary general has that. And that was the thinking at the time. But these inputs are nice because it then reminds us why we took decisions and whether they were still in what thinking we were and whether it's fine like that. Then there's issues of roles of the DSG. So what we'll do is we'll then create an ad hoc committee that's made up of reps of all the provinces here to then capture the inputs and make sure that I deal with them when I'm in the drafting phase. So for now, comrades, I've tried to capture your inputs as provinces. I don't know, will you have anything to add on that, or have I done justice to your inputs? Is everyone fine with that? Do you have any submissions to make before I go on to the next session? Perez, do you wish to come in on something? Yeah, I'll bring him in now. TG, you must still answer the two questions. All right, I take it there's none. After TG comes in, I'm going to go to the next session and report back.
Thank you, Chair. The first question was about NDR. We get political now. Actually, with the National Democratic Revolution, there comes a time where we are coming. Thank you, comrades. There comes a time where we need change, or transition is required. With our history, we're coming from a phase of colonialism, where we were previously stripped of our powers and our resources. So the NDR is structured to bring those two phases. The first one is the issue of power. The second one is the issue of resources. The reason we are saying the African National Congress is the leader of the NDR is because it's the one that has championed the bringing back of power. We are not sure about the bringing back of resources. That's why many of people now tend to believe that the African National Congress is no longer the leader of the revolution, because the revolution is about one, bringing political power, and the second one is the economic transformation, of which the first phase was achieved in 1994. Over the years, we have been trying to get into the first phase of the revolution, which is the economic emancipation. So when we are saying we align with the NDR, we are saying we agree with the ANC when it says, after taking power back to us, now we need to work ourselves getting back the resources that we need to live on. So us as a structure of ICT, we're saying we have our tools in the hand, which is ICT, that will help us get that economy. So that's where the policies that we need to develop and need to be crafted to say, who is bringing us on the front line of preference in doing business with the ICT? That's why we're saying we need to align with somebody who will say, we want to prefer you first to take part in the transformation. That's where ANC introduced policies like your BEE, triple BEE, so that it's part of the NDR to be preferred in acquiring these resources. So now, as we are in this sector, we are positioning ourselves to say, we are still not on the level ground with our predecessors. We cannot compete with them equally. We still need the revolution to level the ground for us, or at least tilt it on our favor. Because we are still not yet in a position to compete with our counterparts equally. We have started a program here called Wire More. It's aggressively reaching the market. We're calculating our entrenchment earlier on that we intend to reach at least 2.5% of the market. Now, what the other forces are doing are regrouping themselves. I've seen a group of 5 counter-revolutionaries now. They want to bring fiber to 280 communities in our township, so that they fight with programs like the one that we have created for ourselves, so that we are going to service our own community, getting our gains from the community that we are serving. As Pbict Food, we're not even fighting with them. The economy that we are fighting for is with us. We are not selling 5 rand a day to white people. We have never moved to a township and tried to sell. We have got our programs that we have created ourselves so that we assist ourselves to regain our economy. But they are fighting as counter-revolutionary to take away or to maintain the status quo of what they have kept all along. That's why I was saying now, let's position ourselves to look for a better person that stands with the revolution. There's this comrade in Burkina Faso who recently took over in his country. He took it by force. You see. He took it by force. He said, you guys, you are no longer leading the revolution. What we are bringing now is called, what did he call? People's Democratic Revolution. That's what he calls now. You say, we are bringing People's Democratic Revolution. It's a development revolution. Because we want to aggressively move in regaining our economy. That's what we need to do. Being gently and apologetically has never worked for us. It's not going to help us, comrades. We need to be aggressive. And last, when we were launching Wire More, we sat with that Niteng Online.
I think we said this with these counter-revolutionaries, Comrade Chair. And we told them that we need a stake there in our thing. Actually, what we are fighting for is resources which are with us. You see, when these people are coming to benefit in us, we are saying, no, you cannot take all from us. Let some be left with us. They don't want even that. They want to take all. You see, there comes a time, comrade, when we'll be sick and tired of things being taken away from us. We get hungry and hungrier every day. We'll end up knocking them out. We'll knock them out. You see, comrade. So we are in a critical stage of the NDR. The stage of fighting to get what was taken from us. And now, in the process, we are protecting what is within us, which is actually actively being taken every day. The airtime that you use every day is going away. I was telling Comrade Lins that since we have been classified as one of the most unequal society in the world, they contribute a lot with that. In Cape Town, all over the world, they are regarded them as you say, top place where rich people live. Next door in the township there. These white people, every day they go into the community in the morning to collect the resources. By 5 o'clock, they go out, they don't sleep there. They come in the morning, collect the resources. Evening, they're going out. On the other side, us as blacks, we're going to their places in the morning. We are going to deliver our energy there and go back empty-handed, back to where they were collecting the man. We need to balance that, comrade. That's the NDR.
Thank you very much, TG, for that depiction. You have an input on 20 seconds. 20 seconds. I have to go next. It's late. We must still have dinner. Do you need the mic? Probably.
Comrade Chair, for me it's simple. Ne? We cannot approach this thing on a basis of there's a narrative that we're trying to push with this whole thing of positioning ourselves and stuff. We can't approach this thing from a point of we are confused. Every day we go into business. The whole thing that you was discussing now was that we are going in there to go fight for what is ours, isn't it? Now we do that, and we've got businesses that are built up today on a basis of we didn't wait for handouts. We are not here waiting for ANC to come and deliver us. They've brought us out of a different dispensation, and they've brought us across to another different type of dispensation, so where we've got an opportunity to fight. So I don't think we have to try and be confused, are we still ANC or are we not ANC? No, just go with anyone, you know? It sounds too LGBTQ for me. So I'm not even going to, I'm not even going to be confused about it. I know what I stand for, and that's the horse that I've bet on, and that's the horse that I will ride until it dies. And that's just my position, comrade.
No, thank you very much, comrades. Remember, we'll resolve finally at the NGC, but it's good that we're talking about it now.
Why are we talking thing. No, that's what we don't want. Amanda. Amanda. Look, comrades. I think that's... Comrades, I think this is a very pertinent and very critical question. And it says, some of us are not politically inclined to understand what is the National Democratic Revolution. Now, it takes in-depth understanding for us to understand where we are and why the alignment. Now, there is no liberation that can ever happen without a political ideology. Now, when we talk, comrades, of the National Democratic Revolution, we've heard Comrade Umakoba saying that a revolution is about change. Now, the question that should be in our minds is, what is it that is being changed? Before we go to saying who is changing what. Now, this change is a change that hopes to achieve democracy, otherwise equity, equality for everyone. But where must this happen? This must happen national. Hence, the National Democratic Revolution. So then the question is, what is it that we are changing? It therefore defines and says that there are pillars of the democratic revolution. And those pillars are saying that we are liberating our people from apartheid. The apartheid systems, the apartheid mechanisms, and apartheid in itself and in its core. That is what the National Democratic Revolution says. Is that we are going to change that. Who are we changing for? It then goes and defines and says that for black people in this country, African in particular, and therefore they become the motive forces. Those are the people that then must come in, and once you have your land back, once you have the economy, you therefore form the National Democratic Society that is led by black people, and it's for black people, and it's for the interest of every black person. And it says we will continue to fight. Comrade O.R. Tambo says that the fight must go on. It must go on until the people are happy. Are the people happy? And as long as the people are not happy, it says the balance of forces. And those balance of forces are the people that adhere to the vision and the objectives of the National Democratic Society. Those balance of forces must then be the ones that fight. Where do they fight? They fight where they live, where they work, and everywhere where you engage. As long as you call yourself a progressive movement, you are automatically aligned to the National Democratic Revolution. As long as you are fighting for black people and for the interests of black people, you are already aligned and are part of the material forces that must change the material conditions of black people, African in particular. That is why, comrades, when Eastern Cape says that we align ourselves to any progressive movement that is fighting for changing the conditions of black people, it automatically makes us part of the National Democratic Revolution. The National Democratic Revolution, comrades, you must remember that it says that it must happen everywhere. In the ICT sector, you as Pbict are the leader of the National Democratic Revolution in the ICT sector in this country. There's no other. It therefore tells you what is going to be your behavior. If a comrade to Sabata is saying, Oguti, there is nothing else that we can do. We are ANC. If you are black in this country, it doesn't matter whether you DA or wherever you are ANC. As long as in your ID, when you go fill in, it says what is your race, you say you are black, you are African, you are ANC. Unless you want to go bleach your skin and put that hair, then maybe we can consider something else. But comrades, we need to understand the revolution. We are here because of the revolution. We are here because the Pbict is a motive force that must achieve the material transformation and the transformation agenda of the National Democratic Revolution that aims to build a national democratic society where the people of this country are happy. Where we are now, this is why we go to conference every 5 years. This is why we have these policy conferences like this, to assess and see where are we in the revolution, so that we can come back and readjust and re-strategize. Because the strategies and tactics that are formed by the policy positions that we have then tell us how we are going to behave. It doesn't matter, Uguti, what is happening, comrades. But one thing that we must always remember, Larry, is that as long as you are black and you are South African, you are a motive force that is defined in the National Democratic Revolution. We will not have any other National Democratic Revolution, comrades. In 1912, that is when it started. In 1912, that is when it started. So the question of whether we align ourselves or we do not align ourselves, as long as in the first name it says progressive and the next name says black, unless we are saying we are changing the name of the organization, then only we can have a discussion of alignment, comrades. Amandla.
Thank you very much, Brez. There are some impasses, Brez, that we, as much as we can fight it out, at the end of the day, the NGC will take its decision. So I can see we're having robust discussions. We're trying to convince each other. But we'll deal with that one, don't worry, we'll get there. But it's nice. We'll lay as much as foundation as we need, Brez, on that one. So, without further ado, comrades, I'm going to move on to the next breakaway session. I was the chair of that session. I'm going to be assisted by two comrades, Comrade Vic. He's going to speak on, we only discussed 4 items. We discussed CETA, we discussed BBI, Centec, their merger, what's going on in the industry, talks of a new state entity. SA Connect, we did have a discussion of bylaws and how they impact current projects that we currently have an interest in as Pbict. We also discussed the ICASA spectrum allocation discussions currently happening, also our position there. So that's what we have time for. And that's the 4 subjects we'll be presenting. So I'm going to allow Comrade Vic to come in on the one, and then I'll do the other 2, and Comrade Luvo will come in on the last 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Comrades, I'm not going to do Amandla today. You're already there. You already have the power. I just thought that it's very pertinent to just give a quick background on why we started, or why we're starting with this point that I'll be talking on. So what I've done is, in order to just get us aligned and understand, because there's a lot of people here that are new as well, for us just to have some sort of a background. So, Comrade Press will know that my relationship with CETA goes back many, many years. CETA's 26 years old now. So it's probably older than many of you here. State Information Technology Agency. Last year alone, the budget allocated is 4.5 billion rand. And I'll explain why I'm going through this. Additionally, CETA spent 1.2 billion in transversal contracts. That's only last year, no? So combined, CETA spent in the 2023-2024 fiscal year 5.7 billion rand. So there is a 500 million rand from that money that was supposedly for support for small, or to support for small, medium, and micro enterprises. 500 million. This funding was directed towards the following initiatives: digital transformation projects, capacity building, and innovation support. So we know that SITA is a government entity. We heard the plight that we're having here. The SG is also looking at me with big eyes. 500 million for black SMMEs. We don't know about that money. Where did it go? We don't smell it, we don't see it, we don't taste it. You heard what the TGS said, but it was spent, that money. We're not talking about a future, but I'm saying this is what they spent. That's what they reported. We had a comrade here that is at least benefiting in some of the contracts that he's doing there in our discussion that we had, and which he feels that, no, SITA is trying. You know, because at least we've got one comrade here that is getting. And I said to him, yeah, but, you know, sometimes we get excited about crumbs because you have no idea how big the cake is. So that crumbs that you get makes you happy to say, no, these guys are good. When they are very, very bad. You see, they're creating these little ones of us, they sprinkle us around to say this one, that one, that one, that one, that one. We give them, they will spread the good news, and then we will just be happy, all of us, to make all of us happy. But it doesn't work that way. And that's where the policies come in of government, because there is definitely serious oversight there. There's something very, very wrong. Because no one is taking accountability for what we can see here in terms of the fiscal, the money that is going, which is tax money, going somewhere, which is supposed to assist us, ne? But it's not getting. But now we are here as Pbict to make sure that we gain inroads there, right? So that is now where we're going next. So in our discussions that we had, as far as the SITA Act is concerned, right? Because now SITA is there, right? It exists. It's 26 years old. Government has made sure that it's there. But they have got an act that is causing havoc for us. It's part of, because remember ours is on government policies. That's why we're talking about the act. We're not going to talk about the CEO of SITA. We're not going to talk about all these other things, but the act. So what did our discussion talk about the act? What was our submissions in terms of this? We said that the participation process for all these new policies that might be supporting SITA, because the SITA Act is supported by multiple policies outside that I can list. Many of them, President has already listed some of them. We need to participate within those, to touch on that and make sure that we are there. The overall of the SITA Act and the dissection of it is extremely, extremely important, because now the SITA Act is there. We cannot say now, tomorrow, that we are fighting to erase everything now. We want to participate to make sure that SITA works for us. That was the key word that was said by the very same comrades that have seen and realized, okay, yes, we are benefiting there, but we're clearly not benefiting the way we should. But there was also very key words that were used to say that let's fight the fight from within, which was very, very strategic, because we've been making noise from the outside, throwing stones and all that type of jazz. But the point is, it exists, SITA's there. So in order for us to get these policies to change, our strategy and our thought, our input is to change it from the inside. So one of the other inputs also, we were looking at how important decentralization is as far as how SITA is doing business today. We're not only talking about the tender box that is sitting at Erasmus Kloof that's costing us a lot of money. One of the inputs was it costs you probably 10,000 for some of the other SMMEs just to go and deliver a tender document because it's centralized in Pretoria. So how many of us sitting here right now has got 10,000 rand in the bank account now just for groceries? Now, to go and deliver a tender, you have to spend that kind of money. It's not okay to participate in something that you don't even know you're going to win. So that's part of the decentralization that we felt we should be fighting for within, from inside. Not just that, but also when it comes to the localization of the execution of those particular tenders. So if there's a tender that someone has gotten from, say, Northwest, and they're getting it in the Western Cape, we should be making sure that we allow the people from the Western Cape to participate. Even if a service provider don't exist there to be a subcontractor, but if you're able to absorb workers there from that area, that must be critical, because some of the projects gets lost in translation. One of the inputs that was, an example that was made was, there was a company that spoke only Zulu, so KZN, please, don't throw me with stones. In the Northern Cape, in a place called Roodepan, where there's just Afrikaans speaking colours there, and they were digging for fibers. And that project failed at the end of the day because whoever was busy there speaking Afrikaans to the guy who's in charge who's speaking Zulu, they got lost in translation. And it had other consequences afterwards, where interest was lost now to develop any further infrastructure there. You see? So it becomes important for us to localize in terms of the, for CETA to become, to see that, and in particular the CETA Act and the government policies, to take this localization of SMME absorption as well as the workers. Remember, we're not here just for the SMMEs, but we're also here for the professionals to be absorbed from that particular area and be productive in that space. So the action, most important action item is to then say that we're going to change the CETA policy by force. We're going to put them under pressure, and that is our standpoint from our discussion group, our breakaway, to say that for now, for the short term, this is what the position and the stance that we're taking is to be from within. So we're still continuing submitting, doing submissions, but from within, we have to make sure that we fight the beast and we put pressure on them. And that is our stance. The long-term approach would be then to take a look at all these other policies and how we are using the strength of the paper to hit them back with their own paper where it hurts, because there are policies in place that are really beneficial to us. It's just that we don't know about them. But we will show them that we can learn and we can know about them and hit them with their own paper back. And that's why now I'm going to hand it over to Comrade Steph to continue on the other discussion points that we had around the Centex, the BBIs, and so forth. But that CETA point is the closest to the bread basket. That's why I had to just come up with numbers to just get your attention in terms of how much money is involved, just with CETA alone. These others they've got their own budgets that the chair is going to speak about, and there's billions involved, and we've got maybe only 1 millionaire in here. Thank you.
Yeah. No, thank you very much, Comrade Vic. As part of ITU, they've disbanded us since, but we were part of ITU. That 500 million, we queried it one day. It was me, SG there, Prez. We told them, show us a spreadsheet, man, of all the black SMMEs you say. There were people like Ubuntu Technologies there, Fumatel there, Chigijima. We're like, those aren't SMMEs. They're like, no, they are. We're like, no. Out of the 500 million, CETA could only prove 138 million spent on black SMMEs. We asked them, so where's the other money? No, you see, the list is not complete. Tommy, finish the list, man. In the next session, don't worry, comrades, you'll get it. We never got that list. So what CETA is promising people, it's like crumbs. If you say you got a 10, that's fine, maybe you got something. But there's a Jaco Pieterse trust that last week, he got a 82.6 million out of CETA. Not you. That 82, they classified as SMME. Jaco Pieterse trust is a SMME. Despite the act saying that if you earn above 50 million, you're no longer SMME. Jaco Pieterse's allocation came out of the SMME fund from CETA. And that's what they've been doing. Hence our position to say that, look, we are just over this. There was also a fear, Comrade Vic, that if we decentralize it, there's a possibility because of how the municipalities operate, that even there, SMMEs won't benefit. Because politicians make their arrangements with companies they like and their friends. So even if we say non-core services go to municipalities in all the provinces, to Soap Likey there, to wherever in Northern Cape, to Mangaung in Bloem. If Larry applies there in Mangaung, he's not going to get it. Because the Mangaung politicians want to work with Victor, because he pays them 10%. Yeah,
No, it's
in
15%.
15. Oh, it's changed. It's high enough. In Eastern Cape at Nelson Mandela, and those coalitions there, they prefer the white companies. So EC Connect is not going to get anything anyway. So there's that devil we are also fighting about, just the state of our municipalities. But with CETA, I think it will be an ongoing fight forever. We've been fighting them for, Press is in this fight forever, is his life. They've been, in 19 years, there have been 22 MDs in CETA. We've chased away the last 6 or 7. Yeah, we've been part of chasing away the last 6 of them because the governance collapse of CETA, I don't know, will they ever fix it? Currently, they have an interim board. The governance failure is there. They have a disclaimer audit opinion. Disclaimer means the AG doesn't even want to deal with you. They don't even want to look at your books because it's just so dysfunctional. So for now, we're saying, let's monitor it. Let's continue submitting. We don't want to discourage provinces, and let's just work on it. On BBI and Centec merger, comrades, we don't have enough credible information at this stage to formulate a proper opinion. What we said is, look, some of us work with Centec, some of us work with BBI. We are saying, while there's a bit of chaos, where we can benefit from their infrastructure in terms of broadband. So where we can benefit from their infrastructure, we'll continue doing that, and we'll monitor the merger. For now, the merger is neither here nor there. No one has certainty. There's no act yet. We do know there's a bit of resistance from both sides to continue the merger. For now, like I said, we don't have information. So we can't formulate a position on this. But what we are going to do is we are going to continue leveraging the resources from both entities where we can. And if you are involved in business, continue doing that. Continue trying to get in. Continue tendering if there's something out. And we'll just monitor the situation until we have a clear position, like an act or a policy position from the ministry on that one. On SA Connect, comrades, you've heard some ISPs here are appointed on SA Connect. It's a project involving connectivity to rural areas. We are in all provinces as PBICT members. We support the mandate. We support that there must be further allocation for SA Connect 2 as well as 3. We would just like that, and we've discussed this with the minister as well, that they deal with policy duplications insofar as BEV, SA Connect, USASA, Centec to streamline services deployed in communities. Because sometimes there's an oversupply of services in the same area because of all these entities deploying the same thing. CETA also apparently has a budget for SA Connect as well that we've discovered. Apparently CETA is out on tender now for hotspot deployment in all provinces. They want one company. I can Jump is submitting them. Yeah, we've decided also, comrades, that Jump will be submitting and responding to that tender. It closes on the 23rd of this month. They want one service provider to deploy in all provinces for Wi-Fi hotspots to homes. Yeah, but we've decided, Jump will respond, we will respond in all provinces, and we'll come together again as a consortium and as a collective. Because I don't want now, I've deployed in Colesberg, now another company comes and wants to duplicate there in the same area. We've already said this is our areas. What we can do is, if we get the appointed again, we just amplify our connectivity. So, lucky Comrade Luva is in charge of that process. We've decided we're going to come together and meet somewhere, either somewhere, Joburg, Bloem, I don't know. But we'll meet and get it together. And again, further opportunities for our members to come in, further opportunities to amplify the resources. The cake is so big, there's no way we can eat it alone. Western Cape, we still don't have someone there. Mpati Lins. Don't have someone in Western Cape. Northwest, Comrade Pindi is there. You there, in Northwest. Western Cape, I don't know if we have Western Cape yet. Don't have Western Cape. But the cake is big. There's enough opportunity for all of us. So we must leverage on that, Comrade Luvo, and make sure we abide by the timelines. I'm now going to bring in Comrade Luvo because he explains this nicely. So I want him to explain it to you. It affects our project, Mpati Larry and Mpati Sai. So I wanted him to come and explain what is discovered, how we are going to react to it, and then he'll deal with also this ICASA spectrum allocation. When he's done, we'll take inputs, and I'll just come and touch on the inputs from provinces on our stream. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good evening, comrades. And I see that energy levels have gone down, and it's a Saturday, and some comrades want to open their throats. So I hope that we are not going to be long in our deliberations. So, comrades, I'm going to touch on the draft regulations that have been passed by, that have actually been published by ICASA for public consultation. This is a very important regulation, comrades, very important law when it comes to spectrum. Because if you remember, there was a spectrum auction in 2022 where the government raised about 14.7 billion. They're raising this 14.7 billion, excluding small, medium enterprises that wanted to gain access to spectrum. Remember, there was a wholesale open access network that was meant and designed for SMMEs. That was scrapped. Of course, we had our view as Pbict on why it should be scrapped because it wasn't going to benefit us anyway. So when it came to that, SMMEs were excluded deliberately. Today, we are only playing in the unlicensed spectrum band. We are not playing in the licensed spectrum bands at all. And that is where the bulk of the money when it comes to fixed wireless and mobile connectivity, when it comes to international mobile telecommunications. There's these two bands, right, which are called the innovative bands. It's 3.8 and between 3,800 megahertz and 4,200 and 5,925 and 6,425 megahertz. These are unused spectrum bands, not necessarily unused, but the dynamic spectrum access will give us access to the unused spectrum bands within that, right? Particularly for the underserviced areas. These bands are very good when it comes to fixed wireless and also 5G connectivity. So what this policy will do is that it will open up unused white spaces, right? So for example, if Vodacom has a spectrum within this, I'm sure they definitely do. If we find that in Mpumalanga, in a rural area there, they are not fully utilizing it, they will be using a geolocation software where it's a cloud-based software where all the equipment that operates within that spectrum will be within that software, so that if you want to, for example, to go to Mpumalanga and deploy infrastructure because you don't have, for example, there's no connectivity, but there's existing spectrum, because spectrum is in the air, you will be able to apply through ICASA and gain access to that. But our view is that this should not only be for licensed people, companies that only have individual licenses. It should also be opened to class licenses. So if you have a class license in Bombela, for example, or a class license in any municipality in the Northern Cape, you should be able to gain access to the spectrum. What you would do, you'd put up your base station and then connect as many clients as possible. Because of this, and you'll be able to gain access to this geolocation system, which will be given to by. But of course, our view is that we should support this framework because it's a very progressive framework. We have not been participating in the spectrum battle, and I think this is the one opportunity where we can fully participate because there's a lot of money here, comrades. We could easily deploy SA Connect, within. Within a month, the entire project with this, if this can be supported. The last day of submissions for inputs is going to be on the 30th of May 2025. So we have about a month, in fact 2 months to prepare for this. So but of course, through the chair's office, there will be processes that should be followed. But there'll be a new chair, yes. And then to speak on to the way leave issue. Comrades, if you look at the 2023 General Household Survey when it comes to stats, and you look at the fixed internet access in each and every province, you'll find that number one at 40.1% in terms of internet users at home, you find in the Western Cape.
Then at the bottom, at 3.1% is Mpumalanga, and the national average is 14.5. The companies that are contributing to those percentages are white-owned companies, and most of their balance sheets are calculated in farms and wine farms in Stellenbosch by white Afrikaner males. Now, if you take 100% and you minus 14.5, you get there 85.5, right? Which is the market that these Afrikaner males, arrogant Afrikaner males, want to come and expropriate without compensation. Comrades in OR Tambo, if Fiber Time decides to come there and deploy fiber, with that infrastructure you've built, you'll be out because these guys are getting funded by international organizations. So this then introduces a very topic within the Progressive Blacks in ICT on the way live discussion. You cannot build any fiber infrastructure, underground or aerial, without a way live. What is a way live? A way live is a document that you are given by the municipality that gives you access to build infrastructure, and it gives you all of the government services, the municipal services underneath, so that you don't mess it up and so on and so forth. So without that particular way live approval, you would not be able to build that infrastructure. So there is a big rush to take away the remaining land. And I mean, and it's a very sensitive topic, comrades, because our market is being taken away right in front of our eyes. It doesn't matter how much you can put in 2 million, 10 million into your network. If these guys come Fiber Time, and I want it to be categorically, and so that it can be on record, Fiber Time is our #1 enemy, because they are being funded by international organizations in the billions of rands. These guys, whatever we're trying to build with Jump, Wiremore, these guys will totally take us out if we allow them. How do we then take them out? Each and every ISP, that was the resolution that came out, each and every single ISP within Pbict needs to go to their municipalities and go and apply for a way leave, so that when Fiber Time comes there, the municipality will send them to you as UDNet. Then UDNet will decide whether they give that way leave to Fiber Time or not. Because if we don't do that and stop that process, comrades, we might as well kiss this thing goodbye, because we do not have 20 billion sitting in our bank accounts. We don't have white faces, you know, because our banks are not. I mean, we recently tried our bank, and we've been banking with these guys for 4 or 5 years. They don't want to give us the money, you know. But these guys are getting, you know, serious funds, and they are building this infrastructure. So this is a very important tactic that we need to use. But generally, we need to really look at how do these municipalities issue out these way leaves. Thank you very much, comrades.
No, thank you very much for that. The idea is Jump that those in Jump, wherever you are deploying your hotspots, in that area you must apply for the way leave, just to cancel the ability of whoever to come in and buy the way leave and deploy infrastructure and take your market away from you. So that is now for whoever wants to get in the space or is in the space. We felt that it's pertinent that we just bring that to the conference, so that we also make sure when we have the access, we sustain the access. And when we have the ownership, we sustain the ownership. So that it's not taken from us. So thank you very much for that. Before I go into inputs from from provinces. Yeah. Before I go into inputs from provinces, it's not long. It's less than the first part. Are there any inputs from the floor on the presentation of the acts and what we discussed? Comrade Talita, one. Question. All right. Comrade Larry, Comrade SG, 4. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Are you going to be quick? Is it a follow-up on that?
Follow-up.
All right. Then you can give to Comrade Talita.
Yeah, comrades, I'll talk as I'm moving. So the SA Connect is good. 3 billion last year, financial year, and we are in there already. So we work it from the inside because we're in already. So we have to support it. That's why we're supporting it. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. When we talk about SA Connect with this big cake, does it refer to us that are not currently yet ISPs within SA Connect to become resellers? Or are we going to become ISPs? This is something that I really need to understand, yes. And then I have a second question. With regards to what Luvuyo said, is there a model that we can work on because the more municipalities we can reach in a short period of time, isn't there a module that you have in mind to ensure that in my province that I go to my 5 big guys, so that I don't go and make only agreements with my local municipality? I think you are having something already that you have in mind on how the how to ensure that we get the waiver leaves. Is it possible that you can just inform us what, or is it also for the people that are already with SA Connect, or can it include us that are not in the space yet? Thank you.
No, thank you, Chair. I want to thank the Eastern Cape guys. We always have these conversations and we never brought it to policy conference to officialize it, to make work of it. So I want us to consider doing a task team on that matter, because it's actually critical for the country to have resistance in that space, but not only resistance, but with a force behind us, because it is getting worse and worse by the day. We've been having these discussions. It's just getting worse, and we need to tackle this thing, taking it on the horns to tackle it. That is my contribution.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Look, and let me thank the contributions. It looks like it was well thought of. But I have a different view, and maybe just thought that maybe it's in line with the spirit of the movement, right? So my understanding also is that most of the SMMEs here, they probably have their own existing businesses, whether they're starting or not. So maybe let's be careful sometimes not to discourage those. So if there's a certain business model that is existing, and perhaps it's created for progress, but I may not be part of that for whatever reasons, right? And it shouldn't be that members are now sort of feel like if they're not part of certain business opportunities, therefore they are sort of excluded within Pbict activities or even business activities. And the reason why I'm saying that is, and I'll give you an example with the presentation that was done. So when you talk way leaves, everyone must do that, right? So it shouldn't be necessarily that if I'm not part of business of one party, therefore I'm excluded. So my advice then is, as much as we do transactions, let's be careful not to annihilate maybe others who may not be part of certain business transaction, because it may create an impression that if I'm not part of this group, then therefore I'm not able to transact myself. So that language just need maybe to be refreshed so that we don't get into those kind of troubles. And I can tell you that opportunities get created all the time, right? It's a big bucket for everybody to be able to access them. But let's polish our language so that other members don't feel like if I'm not part of Larry's consortium, therefore, you know, as a PBICT member, I'm not part of everything. Like, what are my benefits? It's something that I'm questioning, and I will continue doing that so that we move forward without looking at each other differently. The second thing, Chair. Oh, okay. The second thing, Chair, is so we have a conundrum, right, with regard to the future of where we think this sector is going, right, with regard to how the state has created certain entities like CETA. And it was done by default, right? And I'm struggling, comrades, that we sort of not understanding where we are and where we're going with these entities. It can't be if you dare, you know, and if you don't, you dare, right? We need also to understand the fundamentals of why certain entities exist, why broadband infrastructure exists, why CETA exists, right? Why Centec exists. There's a lot. Why MICT CETA exists. So once you have that core understanding, and I know for a fact, because I was privy to some certain information that gave me a different view. However, I was optimistic. Why? Because I know the ground, it's crazy, right? So if we lose those kind of entities, because I know for a fact that other political parties are pushing for entities like CETA to collapse, but it's for their own material interest. It's not for you as SMMEs, right? And like the chair says, CETA collapse, comrades, I tell you, you'll never get any PO in your municipalities and provinces. You'll never. As much as CETA is the devil today, it's up to us to correct it, to ensure that at this stage, because they made sure that it's unstable. They made sure there's no leadership within CETA. The progress that we made at CETA before, Chair, when ITU was created, we were able to drive CETA towards progress of saying, let's have set asides for any deal that is less than 500K. We even asked for any deal that is less than 1 million to say, why will a Ubuntu or BCX transact in such? Just delivery of software. SMMEs need to be participate. Those are the things that we still need to go and fight, because if those deals go to municipalities, those of you who are transacting in just reselling, your business will close tomorrow. They will. Because not all of you are internet service providers. You are software suppliers, you are developers. Now, you need to push CETA so that they understand their mandate, because they don't understand it. Chair, so that's my input, and I say this policy conference need to make that decision, because I'm struggling to see that you are not going there. You are still going around the corner. What are you influencing conference to adopt regarding CETA, regarding BBI, regarding Centec? Thanks, Chair. So as the outgoing leadership, that's my advice to you, because then I'm going to suffer. So you need to understand also the importance of PBICT. Those of you who don't get it, whether I'm inside the leadership or outside, I will still suffer if the wrong decisions are taken in a conference of this nature. So that's my advice, so that we take it serious and we understand the long term. It's not about me being in a PEC or being in an NEC, but it's about the future of ourselves and how our business are going to transact in the future and make us economically viable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Bendulo from KZN. My question is based to Keita Uluv. I think 2023, I was the one who wrote the email to the mayor from my municipality to state we need fiber in my municipality, especially in my township. Then this year, they did put the fiber, but they now, I think it's only MTN. So now, what can we do, since you just said what you said? Because I think under my district, we have 4 municipalities. The other 3, I'm not sure anytime soon we'll have that fiber. So now what can we do as SMME from my own region So that we're saying we cannot no longer allow MTN or Vodacom to put fiber in other township, at least the one that he already did. What can we do as a SMME in our district? Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Looks like the questions are more on, there's a lot of interest in the Wayleaf story. The only question was from Northern Cape PS about whether it applies to ISPs, resellers, or for those who want to work on it. Look, I think SG, maybe the reason why we're so focused on the one thing is because it's the thing that we succeeded in as the organization. For me, we haven't really unlocked opportunities for the software guys where we can come and share our stories. It's the only workable project where we can actually say there's tangible money. It's not an idea or something we're still promising, like in 2018 where we said, hey guys, don't worry, we're coming with something. We promised people things for 6 years. I think that's the reason why the focus, not that we're ignoring anyone else. It's just that it's the thing that's working. It's the thing that we can offer at this stage. We can't offer the software guys anything yet because we don't have it. We can't offer the distributors anything because we don't have it. I can't say, I've got a tender for 50 computers. Comrade Lens, give me 50 computers, I deliver, because I don't have it. What I do have is SA Connect. That I can offer you, yeah. If you want to learn, I'll teach you how to configure MikroTik tonight. Larry will also be there giving advice. You wanna learn how to, you wanna reconfigure, you wanna connect a cap, you wanna put a hotspot. I can teach you that now. You see, it's what I can offer, it's what we can offer. At this stage, we don't wanna sell dreams anymore. We wanna sell real things. And I think, I don't want the conference to misinterpret it, that we are just saying, hey, you don't matter if you're not in this thing. No, yes, Comrade Mandla is into security. I'm even hijacking there, because me, I ask people, like, I talk to people. Comrade TG, I kept him busy the whole day the other day, because I needed to understand a business model that he succeeds in. And he taught me, Steph, this is the way you must do it. If it works, I'm showing you. And I took it, and I'm going to implement it like that, because TG showed me how to do it. So I'm saying to you, comrades, you all must talk. There, Comrade Toto at the back there, he's going to sell us calves and cows and goats and stuff. I like that stuff because, and cabbage. I'm interested in it, comrades. You will only succeed to the level at which you are inquisitive about the success for you. If you feel you don't want to participate in our connectivity, it's fine. But it's the only thing we can offer you. And I see that some comrades are secretive about what they do because they don't want to show anyone. They're secretive. They don't want to share. It's my secret. It's my business. I don't want to tell Steph I'm into this because I'm scared she takes it. That we experienced for many years, where comrades were hiding what they were doing because they don't want to open it up. We've been generous and we said, we don't really care if you know about our success. We're going to teach everyone. That's why I'm saying, Comrade Talita, this is for everyone. If you want to learn now, and I'm in Colesburg, come to Colesburg there. Come with the technicians and we'll show you how to do it. When we're in the R, come there. The issue is you must just bring yourself there sometimes. Yeah. So I just, you whatever you want to be. Yes. No, you whatever you want to be. But you must come there. If I'm telling you I'm in Colesburg, you must come there. The emphasis on it is not because we're excluding anyone. It's just the only thing we're offering for now. Until we get into something else. If we see, hey, there's now a big opportunity for distribution, and we win it, we'll come and say, hey, guys, those of you who supply, we want all your stock.
So the live stream gets to
Oh, of course. So, yeah, comrades, before the food is ready, apparently, I only heard now. Sorry, dinner is ready. But I want Comrade Luvo to address the Wayleaf issue. It seemed to have a lot of interest, especially the question on can everyone do it? Is it for everyone? How do we approach that? The task team, I think that's a nice idea. And then the last one was how it works. MTN, the issue on KZN. Yeah. You want them to cut the streaming?
Yeah.
DSG?
No.
We want to go in committee with the Wayleaf discussion.
No, Sekela Hlalo, what I wanted to perhaps suggest, Comrade Deputy Chair. guided by the professional best practice, and then we see how we can assist. But we need to establish this system as soon as possible. Because, I mean, the power of waiting, but of course, let me not get let's talk about it. I think next week will be a very soon date that we can discuss it.
No comment. I'm actually going through the Five Times story, and I see the same character, same character